Hey everybody, what's happening? Oh, the timing. Sarah's okay. She's
Hi, everybody.
We're okay. We're not going to talk about what happened before the stream because we got a lot of stuff to do and not a lot of time to do it. So we're just going to kick ass and motor forward. Everybody's ready. It's fucking Friday. It's Domains of Dread, Ravenloft. Let's kick it into high gear with what's going on previously.
On Dungeon of the wait.
No. We're not gonna do it that way.
I just miss the voice drop that always used to come there.
On Dungeon of the Mad Mage. If you like our content, go check it out. All right. So yeah, previously on Dungeon. Jesus Christ, Sarah! Look what you did. Okay, previously on Ravenloft, Domains of Dread.
I got chaos energy today.
You
baby.
do.
What can I
You
say?
do really. You really do. I'm very happy. After finding and returning the seer Radaga to Dementliu, you returned with her unconscious body to, through carrying her through the bustling metropolis of Port Alucine to the chateau of the detective Alanic Ray. Louisa checked in with Cabe Whippoorwill on the location of her husband and received somewhat disturbing news. That her husband, Jack, upon finding him, implored Louisa not to come, not to find him at all. And that according to Cabe, his abode was supposedly in a part of Dementliu that doesn't technically exist. Something about that statement from Cabe, however, just doesn't sit right with you, Louisa. Also, you found that you were gone from your family not for 7 years, but for 10 years whilst you were in Kartakos. Now, under hypnosis, Radaga seemed to recall somewhat limited information that she and some other Order of the Guardian investigators were researching objects within the myriad Domains of Dread. These objects turned out to be massive amber sarcophagi, one of which some of you encountered at the very start of our story. These amber containers seemed to have a singular function: to imprison vestiges of dead, evil gods. And in her most recent excursion to the desert land of Harakir, Radaga's team of investigators seemed to fall under one of these amber sarcophagi's precious inhabitants and were lost. Radaga, however, was under pursuit by the agents of these entities, so she escaped, and seemingly under some kind of mind blank upon herself, it seems, erased whatever information she had gleaned, along with the location of the other teams of investigators. However, under this hypnosis, the location of this second team was revealed: the misty land of Barovia, where your previous compatriot Claudiu was seemingly from. After a well-earned rest, although for some more restful than others, you all ventured back into Port Alucine to obtain goods and services from the colorful citizens of that wonderful town. During some busking in the park, Muadnhait received a package from a fur-coated stranger. And within that package, 4 strange charms that looked like sailboats, and a note. Now, when inquiring about the contents of this note with Alanic, Muadnhait found that a man named Baron Rudolf von Auerbrecher, who supposedly wrote this note, is the current lord of a land far to the north, a land called Lamordia, purportedly the home of one of our intrepid crew. Now, as we begin the third and perhaps final day of rest here in Dementliu, let's check in with everybody and see what's
What's
going on.
his last name again? Because I didn't put it in my notes.
Which one? The last name?
Albrecht von...
Baron Rudolf von Auerbrecher.
Baron Rudolph, that's the name.
Yeah, you have the note. I mean, you have the
I know, but
letter.
the writing is hard to read. It's very fancy script. There's a lot of... I should have asked you for a transcription, and I didn't. I was actually just reading it again, going, what the fuck does this thing say?
Well, if you decide to reveal it to your compatriots, I will be more than happy to read it. But that's your choice.
Fine. Well, so we're gonna see how that goes for now.
Sure, that's fine. Trust is a hard thing to manage. So, let's see what's going on with the four of you as you ready for the trip to darkest Barovia. What's going on, folks? It's a new day here in Dementliu. It is raining quite heavily, actually. It started the night before and has continued on to the day. So the sun is certainly shrouded by sort of wisps of cloud, gray and dreary, and the outside cobblestones are slick with rain as you look outside the window.
I'm just rolling for since it's a new day, I'm rolling for my Wand of Magic missiles.
Oh yeah, do it.
I am back to full.
Hell yes.
Nice.
And just as we start, the Dark Powers have spoken. Hi, Taroka.
Ooh.
That's from Mates of Fate. She's spending a lot of points.
Mates.
What are you doing to us, Ash?
Okay, it's cool.
Also, Matt, I rolled 20 whispered you whenever you have a second to answer it. That's not super important.
I will take a look.
Yeah, and the highs for the DM.
Oh, that is for me.
I just gotta check and make sure.
Decides to use it on one of us.
I can use it whenever I want during the entire campaign. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, she saved up her allowance for weeks.
Oh, bless.
Thank you, Ashley. I mean, you couldn't have spent it in a better place. Okay, so yeah, I will respond to you, Sarah, in short order.
No, that's whenever you get a chance. It's not immediately necessary.
No problem. I just want to make sure. Yeah. Okay. Cool. And yeah, let me just pull from the deck and let's see what happens. All right.
Here we go.
Starting it off with a bang, guys.
High Taroka deck. Now, the cool thing about the High Taroka deck is, it just there's not that many cards in them. So once they're picked, it happens, and then the card is essentially burned. And some of these cards, I'm going to be honest, they're not pleasant. But some of them are. You just wait. Okay, let's deal a card to me, and let's see what happens. And let me pull it onto the table here.
Rain is lulling me into a false sense of relaxing security here.
How interesting. Can you guys see that? It is the Innocent card.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's the Innocent card.
Princess Leia, what?
I was going to say, what?
Yeah, it's just, she's pretty innocent. Although I would definitely get that mole checked.
Yeah, that looks troublesome.
It's pretty bad. Okay, so let me see what that does. And then laugh hysterically and gleefully as I find out.
I like the description. A being of great importance whose life is in danger, who might be helpless or simply unaware of the peril.
Mm-hmm. Fair.
Or they might be helpless or they might be clueless.
Maybe. Why not both? Okay. Here we go. Hi Taroka.
Mm-hmm.
Hi Taroka. Hi.
But a very important pawn.
Yes.
That is the Innocent. Okay. Innocent, the Innocent. Oh, okay. I gotta look up a spell. Excuse me.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
Oh, boy. I still have one more level of exhaustion to get rid of.
You do.
Oh, jeez, girl.
You do.
I know.
That chase, at first, like when we started the last time, I was like, why is she so exhausted? And I'm like, oh my god, this stupid chase.
Yeah.
That chase destroyed you.
Oh, shit.
For everyone thinking that Louisa just lost her mind last time, yes, and.
Yes.
Uh-oh. I think things have changed for our dear Matthew.
Ooh, I like this so much. It's so good. Okay. Wow, this is such a game changer. Oh my god.
Interesting.
Okay, I'm gonna have to rewrite some things.
Uh-oh.
But this is so good.
Oh dear.
The duration is... Wow. Okay, cool.
Is this good for him or good for us, guys? I'm a little nervous.
I think it's good for him, because you can see the stress veins in my neck starting to pop.
happy.
It's fine. It's fine. This is fine. Well, I'm literally
It's
that
Ravenloft. He'll be happy when things are bad
I
for
am
us.
that dog in that chair in that burning house saying this is
Oh my
fine.
god. Oh, then maybe it is good.
Cheers.
For us. Cheers, Matt.
Okay.
It's been such a day that I'm not even pretending not
It's
to drink.
Friday. Slough it off. Kick it back. Let's go. Let's make it
I
happen.
should put some alcohol. That's
Yeah, you're gonna need it. Here we go. So, okay. So thank you for your 10,000 point spend. I appreciate that, Mates of Fate. Let's jump over to our fabulous foursome. It is the day.
Oh, we don't even know what's happening to us. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. What are you doing?
You're just swimming in a bathtub full
I
of
will not choke on an ice cube.
I'm sleeping in a bathtub full of quippers.
Before we
With your
start,
funky
I just want to let you know I was on a Maze of Fate stream last night playing Tomb of Horrors. Had a whole bunch of ice in a mug. You can watch it on Maze of Fate Twitch stream. Go check them out. And I choked on an ice cube.
Oh no.
Seriously, like full on choke. I had never choken on an ice cube. Choked. I've never choked on an ice cube before, and now it's a thing. So
It's the
Glad
perfect
you're
murder
so with
weapon.
us.
yeah, it really is. It just melts, and it's like that. It's like that puzzle. Like that guy who's in a room with a puddle of water. How'd he die? Never mind.
Stabbed with an ice dagger? Yes.
Okay. So you're in a pool of quippers. Yeah, they love it. I mean,
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Moina wakes up. Pets all of her little quippers. Maybe gives a few of them a kiss on the head. Climbs out of the tub and leaves them in there. I mean, she's not going to flush her quippers.
No, that's very
And
important.
dresses herself back in Claudiu's shirt. Goes and rummages around some, like, just rummaging around randomly upstairs until she finds a pair of trousers that more or less fit.
Okay.
And takes up her lyre and immediately heads back out to the park where she was busking the day before, to the same spot, and begins busking again.
Okay, it's raining.
All doesn't matter.
Okay.
All the while she's busking, but for the most part, she's keeping an eye out for that person in the fur coat.
Okay. Cool. Do you take an umbrella?
No,
Cool.
I love the rain. What are you talking
Hey,
about?
that's fine. Whatever. Not gonna catch
Why
it.
not feels
Liar,
most. We'll find out.
I think I just said it in the most dad way possible. I'm like, you're not gonna take an umbrella?
At least take a jacket, honey.
Yeah.
Come on.
I mean, like, maybe she's sitting under a tree to keep the lyre relatively dry, but, like, she stole it off a dead guy, so whatever.
That's true. That's true. It's got that dead guy smell.
If she needs a new one, she'll just go buy it. She's got a bunch of money that she can't buy what she wants with, so.
All right. Cool.
And because of what
guy.
Moinan is, her hair doesn't frizz.
True.
Hair never frizzes. Looks even better when it's wet.
It's just all like, it's all the ring. It's like, you know.
It's just no, but it's not. It like still like it's still like it's wet, and but like you know how like that's like when you see that like those internet memes where they're like the Little Mermaid in real life if she was real, and they show what she would really look like after flipping up out of that wave. It's not the real life version. It's the Little Mermaid version. Like even when dripping wet, her hair still looks fucking flawless.
I've not seen that, but I will be more than happy to spend
Oh, there's
my break
lots of
looking
like
at it.
Disney princess moments if they were real, and they're very entertaining. But one of them is like Ariel when she like bursts out of the waves, like when the wave bursts over her on that rock, and instead of like looking perfect, she's like draggled. There's
She looks like the ring girl.
there's like seaweed stuck to her. No, Moina looks like the Disney. In that respect, she is a Disney princess. Her hair is perfect even when it's wet.
There you go.
And that's what she's doing. She is busking in the park, maybe to make a little money, like, but honestly, that's not what she cares about. She's looking out for the person in the fur coat.
All right, cool. How about Louisa? Louisa, what have you decided to do today?
Well, given the conversation that they had at the dinner table the night before, Louisa has agreed to accompany Amnestria to the library to help with some research because she spent a lot of time there when she was growing up.
This is true. The library is actually attached. There's a couple different libraries. There's an art library, which is actually attached to the Jalabert Museum, which is where the book that some of you actually are still in possession of was to be returned. That the legacy library at the Jalabert Museum. Then there is the actual Great Library, which houses all of the collected knowledge and literature of the city, which is sort of centrally located directly across from the Mother of Tears Cathedral.
I think that's probably the one.
I think you're right.
That we are aiming for.
Yep.
And she will have spent the morning kind of using her what are they called? Her weaver's tools and supplies that she's had to just kind of try to make her mend her clothes a little bit and or tailor whatever she's received from Alanik and Cabe to just try to cobble together something presentable. Yeah, presentable and something that looks nothing like the fashion that she herself used to wear. So she used to wear like a lot of long dresses, like very, very tailored, very fitted, the kind of thing that you would see among the local aristocracy. And I think she's just gone like completely the other way. If she can find a pair of trousers to like tailor, she still wants to look put together, but she's altering the shape to where it's like everything would have been fitted and kind of buxom and hourglassy before, but now she's very straight lines, almost severe. And instead of wearing her hair in like the big like bouffant kind of hairstyles, she's still going to keep it like very very classic, but it's going to be much more sleek and just trying to keep everything just as different as she possibly could make herself look from what she used to look like when she lived there.
Okay, cool. Very cool. All right, so after you've done that, how do you proceed with your day? I think maybe Amnestria, do you wake up approximately at the same time?
Well, Amnestria's actually been awake for quite some time because I only need 4 hours of sleep. So she's
I wish I could live like that.
She has spent a good amount of the night and waking up early. She spent a good amount of the morning finishing up most of the changes for her new outfit.
Okay. What is she what's she styling as now?
Well, when she comes downstairs and sees Louisa, she's wearing a pair of black boots with red laces. She also seems to have some darker pants on, a white shirt that is mostly neatly tucked underneath a vest that has some fur in it, along with some gloves, but the gloves seem to also have almost bracers attached to them. Her left hand is currently uncovered, but as she walks down, she takes out a black glove from her pocket and just puts it over her hand and just sort of waves.
Cool.
I'll just give her a once-over, knowing where we're going and what we're trying to accomplish. Does she look presentable enough
Oh yes,
I have to say.
you can tell by looking at her outfit that it is well made. It's well enough made, and it's made of more finer fabrics and materials. It's not like something she just picked up off the corner of the street somewhere. It looks good.
So she'll just kind of like look you over and say, "Sorry, darling, but you've been here. You know what the people are like. We'll get much further as long as we look like
We belong.
we belong." And so I'm just doing a once over just to make sure.
No, I mean, I think, from all intents and purposes, I think you don't notice her looking any more or less to your purpose, I think, than is acceptable.
Great.
Yeah.
I mean,
What was
but
that?
the last time when you first met her, she was wearing a hodgepodge of Scumar armor, like a tunic and like a little long. It wasn't even that long, like a little green skirt basically and some boots. So she's wearing pants now. I'm sure that is appreciated.
Pants? How dare you? What kind of nonsense is this? Welcome to
Amnestria.
Chose Pants. Amnestria.
Chose pants and violence. Let's go.
I chose violent pants. Okay. Yeah, so, okay, cool. So, I think upon seeing her, what do you guys have anything to say, or just moving on?
So, just so you know, whenever we go out today, don't be alarmed if I present myself in a very different way. I'm uninterested in announcing my presence in the city just yet.
Well, I think that makes two of us. I don't particularly care for this place, if being honest.
No place that I've been has proven to be better. However, I do understand it is difficult here.
I just don't quite understand why everyone must pretend to be someone they're not.
Do you not have anything to hide?
I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but I do my best to present myself as I am. Mordent is not like this place.
No. I imagine it's not. But thing to remember here, everyone has something. It's like the idea of being different crawls into their soul and taints it somehow. It's strange. But the more different they feel or become, the more vulnerable they are.
Do you think that being different is bad?
No. But then again, I spent my entire life looking for doorways, looking for passages, looking for ways out. And then I found it, and my entire life has turned to shit. Shall we?
Sure, let's go.
I like to think you pass Moynot in the park on your way to the library, and she just kind of waves from underneath her moist tree.
She's under the tree. She's playing her. You have a lute, right, Muadnhait?
I have a lyre.
A lyre. Sorry. And she's playing like no one is listening, because no one is, unfortunately. People are passing by her in the park. They are under enormous black parasols that seem to be outfitted with some kind of impermeable skin, basically an umbrella from our modern day perspective. But they look at her as she's just drenched and playing that lyre and singing in the rain, and a couple of them sort of turn their nose up to her. Like, why would you ever do such a thing? You look like a mess. At least that's what their face is saying.
Smiles at them as they do, with all of the bardic charm she can summon. Gives them a beatific smile and continues to play.
As Louisa and Amnestria pass her, do you have what do you have out? Like a little case, a little hat, like?
Oh, probably like a bowl that I stole from Alana's house.
Great. Louisa will toss you a wink and throw gold in to try to see if she can start like a hype train for you.
I thank you, my kind lady. May the Duchess favor us all.
May the Duchess favor us all, sweet darling.
And I continue playing.
Okay. Mikmick.
Yep.
What do you do upon your awakening in the morning?
Well, like Amnestria, I only need 4 hours sleep. Though there is something he wants to do later on in the day, probably when Radaga is up.
Mm-hmm.
But I think when Mikmick wakes up, or regains consciousness, or however you want to say it, because he actually doesn't sleep.
Mm-hmm.
When he starts moving again, I think is the description. He'll actually head over to the Great Library himself and do some research before the ladies get there. So when the ladies get there, he'll probably still be reading books. And he'll probably be in his quote-unquote casual gear. He doesn't have his armor on at the moment.
Got it. Okay. So then, I guess we'll start at the Great Library. Mikmick, as you enter the Great Library in the wee hours of the morning, first you attempt to get into the Great Library. It's not open at that particular time of the morning, but you do notice that there is someone who sort of like wanders up to these enormous doors as you're sort of waiting for the damn thing to open up. Sort of an older gentleman, a craggy beard, with an enormous set of keys attached to his belt, sort of like eyes you as you're sort of standing there on the enormous marble steps to the Great Library. He says, "We don't open till 8:30.
Sorry, I got up a little bit early and I wanted to do some research. Didn't know when you actually opened.
8:30!
There's no sign on the wall."
He points. There's a sign. It says, open 8:30.
I didn't have the time on me. What time is it now?
He sort of like leans over, and then he grabs like a horn, like an enormous horn, pulls it from his belt, and sticks the small end into his ear. "Give me a second."
What time is it?
From far away you hear, boom, 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 boom. All right, there we go. 8:30. Pulls the keychain off his belt, puts the horn back into his belt. Enormous sound of some kind of a deadbolt just being thrust back by this iron key. And he says, "Don't track rainwater inside, young man." And then he opens the door, shoves it open.
And Mikmick will follow him in, try and shake off all the water that he can, but he doesn't have the good old wizard spell, prestidigitation, so he can't really do anything about cleaning himself up.
Yep, understandable.
So he may just hang up his coat.
There is no coat Coat hanger.
No.
There's nothing.
Well, then I guess he'll keep the coat on
Yeah, fair.
as he walks in.
Okay. He's this old man sort of trudges behind this desk, inside this cavernous building. Very cold. Not very damp at all. In fact, it's very dry. It's dry. It's cool. It smells like parchment and leather, and there is a smell of lamp oil as well. The man comes around the side of the desk, and he takes with him flint and tinder and starts to light candles, and as he does so, puts glass containers over each candle. He says, "All right, well, welcome to the Great Library. How can I help you?"
I'm looking for non-fiction.
Third floor.
Specifically about lands outside of the Manor.
Well, that's in the restricted section. You have to have a special pass for that. Do you have a special pass?
Oh, well, I'm just new to this place, so probably not. But I'll just look up Is there any information about Dementliu?
Oh, there's plenty of
The
the
whole
books
family?
about Dementliu. I mean, the greatest authors of the world have written about Dementliu. And, of course, the Duchess. May she favor us all.
Where would I find those books?
Oh, history section.
Which is...
Second floor.
Okay, I'll just go up there. Thank you for your help.
Absolutely.
And I'll walk upstairs.
Okay. Perhaps 20 minutes later, Amnestria and Louisa come walking through the doors into one of the largest buildings you could remember, Amnestria, but obviously, Louisa, you've been here before. And there's this old man sitting behind a desk. He's has this enormous tome in front of him, and he's just seemingly sort of speaking to himself as he's writing something in this book. All the time, I never get the respect I needed. Everything that was mine stays. His is mine. Mine is his. What the hell does he think he is? Oh, good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Great Library of Dementliu. How can I help you?
How are you today?
I'm well. How can I help you?
My friend and I, we are in search of some information. Perhaps, darling, why don't you tell the gentleman what you are looking for first, and then I can go after.
Right. I'm looking for information about, well, two things really. I'm looking for information about Mordent. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but
Is that?
you see,
What is that? Is that a restaurant? Restaurant?
heavens no, it's a place, much like this one.
Oh, you mean a land outside?
Yes, the land outside.
Yes, that's.
I'm from there.
Seemingly, people are all about that. So it's in the restricted section. You have to have a pass. You have a pass for the restricted section.
Oh, How would one get a pass?
Yes, I seem to have, and Louisa is checking her pockets, and is like, oh, I'm so sorry. I seem to have left my pass. Is there any way that we can get a day pass for just today, my good sir?
No. The restricted section has to be signed off by. You look. Sort of like looks at you, sort of blinks his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Have we met before?
I don't believe so, but I am often told that I have one of those faces, you know. I get it from my mother. So what can I say? Very beautiful, charming, no?
Not my type, but anyway, The pass.
all right.
It has to be signed off by Governor Guignol.
I see. Oh, the governor. Yes, yes, yes. I spent many a lovely summer at his with the parties, and just mwah. He so generous with his time and such a patron of the library. No, is he still your main patron here?
Yeah. As far as I'm aware, listen, Miss, I'm afraid I have a lot of work to be done here. So, do you have the pass?
As I said, I have misplaced it for the day. I'm so sorry. Is there any agreement that we might come to, though, to perhaps you can accompany us and you can supervise?
No.
It would just be very quick, I promise.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh boy. And it's a disadvantage.
It is because you're still exhausted.
Yep.
Oh, is you still got disadvantage only from one level? I didn't think that
One
was
level
that
does
bad.
ability checks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a 3.
shit.
It's a 3.
He looks at you and he says, listen, I don't make the rules.
Well, I mean, if the library takes donations, certainly we could come to some kind of arrangement.
Yes.
I mean, the library does have quite a large trust associated with it, but I don't see any of that.
The personal donation?
That sounds like a fabulous idea.
You know, I've been working here at the... Sort of looks around. He says, been working here at the library for 48 years.
Dedication.
How would you like to make a gold coin for every year you worked here?
Mm.
48?
Yes.
That's... Sort of blinks at Jesus. Really?
Yes, really, I wouldn't lie. I have coin.
Oh, I'm
It's
sure
just
you
600
do.
coin
I'm
purse.
sure you do. It's 48 gold wouldn't do very much for me. Nor would I assume. He sort of puts his elbow on the table. It wouldn't do much for your friend there.
You see, I am most content to stay in the periodical section. I have my own research that I need to be doing today, so it is fine with me if my friend goes on alone.
I'm sure your friend could certainly do that easily. Perhaps with 100 gold.
Get Amnestria.
We'll pay you 100 gold if my friend may come along. The information I'm seeking is quite important. And
Oh, I'm sure it is. Everybody says, this is the most important place in Dementlia, of course.
Of course it is.
Yes.
There is no disputing that, my good sir.
If I were to allow the two of you into the restricted section, could be 2 people. If they were to find out that you didn't have your pass, that would be my job. I don't know if I could live on 100 gold for the 2 of you. But my family would probably be able to appreciate, I don't know, 130 for the
I know
2.
anything about his family,
He hasn't even mentioned his name.
but I feel as if I would recognize him if
You
he's
probably
worked there
have
for
seen him.
48
He's
years.
been there for 48 years, but you've never struck up any conversations with him. He's just the main librarian.
Okay.
How many times have we seen people for year in and year out and never, ever had the chance to say hello and find out who they really were?
It's true.
It's a lesson for life.
So it was 150?
He's at 130.
130.
For the two of you.
I'm upselling it.
Hey, do what you... Oh, 130, 150. No, 130.
100 each of you.
Yes.
I think that would probably. It would be like, yep.
He's not
go.
he's not that ruthless.
What is he wearing? What is he wearing?
He's wearing a collared shirt, which is a little frayed at the seams. He's wearing a vest, a leather vest, and linen pants. Nothing that would seem to indicate that he's of higher birth than anyone else in the town.
Okay. What do I have on me? Thing good. Alright. Louisa will look at the librarian. She'll pull out 50 gold herself, and she will say, 50 now. Another... Let's see if my friend here, if she decides to pitch in just a little bit, then... Let's see. What did I say? 50. Math is hard.
50 now, 80 later.
80. So that gets us to 130.
Yep.
50 now. What was our original offer? 100?
30. 100 total. Yes,
100 total, and then he said 130 for the two of you.
130. And I will say 50 now, 60 later. And I promise I will mend your vest while I am inside.
Looks down at his vest. He goes,
I'm very accomplished with the needle and thread, no?
he sort of checks you out, up and down.
I give a little spin.
Mm-hmm. He's like, I do like the outfit.
Thank you.
Fine. 110. 50 now, 60 after. And the vest. And the vest.
And the vest, of course.
Takes
of
his
course.
vest off.
I shall make you look so spiffy, no?
If it brings in more customers, that's all I care about.
May it always, because the library is the window to all worlds, including those inside our own soul, no?
Right, whatever. Anyway, restricted section, hold on one second. Takes out his enormous ring of keys, flips through all these giant iron keys, and says, all right, just hold on for 1 second. He takes a sign on his desk, which says open, and spins it around. It says back in, and then there's a little clock on it, and he spins it to 15 minutes. He says, all right, come with me. And he sort of moves towards this enormous marble staircase.
After you, my dear friend?
Thank you. Just gonna follow along then.
The marble staircase that he brings you to does not go up, it actually goes down, so that it seems that you would be going underneath the library itself into the cellar, the vaults, the catacombs, whatever you want to call it. And as you descend, this sort of damp chill almost emanates from the marble walls as the two of you descend. As he does so, he begins to light the lights along the circular staircase, and each time he does so, placing that glass back, which sort of casts a sort of orange sheen as you descend. The smell of must becomes more prominent as you finally reach the basement level of the great library. And he grabs a torch off the wall, which he has a glass container over it. It's more of a candle, like a lit candle on a stick, which casts not as much as a light as a torch would. But you walk through a lot of what seem to be sort of lecterns, but they're closed off, like they're almost like study piers. And then he walks towards the back of the floor, and approaches a large set of French doors. Takes out his iron key, places it in the lock, turns it once, twice. Another enormous sound of a lock being thrown open. And then opening the doors to what you could only assume to be the restricted area. Within this librarium, within the library, are a number of large leather tomes. You do see that they are alphabetized A through D, E through G, etc., etc. And nothing seems to be in a specific sort of section, so to speak. Everything is just alphabetized. By what, you're not quite sure. He then lights 2 small candles on a desk, places glasses over them, pulls out 2 chairs, one for each of you, and then turns to the 2 of you and says, "All right, how long do you think you'll need?"
At least a few hours, no?
Yeah, a few hours. It's the main traffic time.
Didn't you say this was a restricted area? Are there really that many people that come down here?
Oh no, that's very true, but they do have ways of making sure that people aren't where they ought not to be, if you know what I mean. But I can
If you point us in the direction of the things that my friend is searching for, perhaps we can be much, much faster.
I do appreciate that. If you can perhaps take no more than an hour and a half tops, let me know what you're looking for, and I'll see if I can help you.
Wonderful. So, Mordent, to begin.
By the way, did you pay him already, Louisa?
I gave him 50.
Cool. Just making sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've taken it out of my...
Super. Awesome. He says, yes, that's over here. And he pulls off from one of the shelves this enormous sort of like, oh God, it's probably like, I don't know, maybe like 3 foot wide book that he looks like he's having trouble carrying, and boom, as I hit my microphone, on the desk. And as it does so, like all this dust just peels out of the pages.
This hasn't been touched in quite some time, I see.
You also notice that the book itself is chained to the bookshelf. In fact, all of the books are chained to the bookshelf.
We have seen this movie with Dr. Strange. By the way, this is my first time doing a French accent.
It's wonderful. It's absolutely blessed. You are a goddamn genius. Let's go.
Taking it. Because I might be pulling out an accent later, depending on what Moynot does. And I'm
Fantastic.
like, don't do Megan's French accent. Don't do Megan's French accent. Do what you plan, not Megan. Because now it's stuck in my head like an earworm.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. No, it's brilliant. Do not apologize.
Oh, finally, working at a French company for 8 years has paid off. Woo!
He points at the name of the book, which is embroidered on the side in leather, and he says, that's Mordent, a history.
This would be helpful, but I'm actually also looking for something regarding the noble houses, if you...
Oh, that's in there. That's in there, I'm sure, yeah. It's got everything.
All right, and I'm also looking for something regarding dark magic of a kind.
Well, that's not here. That's upstairs.
Not here?
No.
Oh,
Dark magic. I mean, no, this isn't a wizard's sanctum. The history of dark magic. I don't think we'd have anything.
Specifically, deadly touches.
mean, you can find all kinds of touches at the Red Widow Theater, but I don't know what you're talking about with
Not
that.
many touches.
We
This would be helpful.
We happen to know of someone with an affliction.
Oh,
that-
so diseases! You need to know about diseases!
Perhaps it's a bit unclear right now.
You could look it up in the medical section. That's on the second floor.
Second floor.
Yes, right next to the history section.
What about curses?
I don't know very much about. That's all sort of in the sort of eldritch, magical territory. This is just a library, dear. It's not some kind of arcanum.
Do you
I
know?
understand.
We do understand that. Do you know anything about things that perhaps magic that touches the blood?
Blood, like blood,
Yes, like blood magic.
This is like I don't know what kind of funky stuff you two are into, but like I can't.
Nothing. We're just looking information. You know, it is key.
I can.
Yes, you can.
I could probably tell you about. A variety. We're trying to. I don't know personally what you. There's quite a lot of fictional stories about that kind of stuff, fairy tales and the like, but I don't know very much about real uses of blood. We wouldn't be keeping that kind of material here.
Says fairy tales.
Sounds like it.
That would have been the section that Louisa spent most of her time in growing up. When he says that, can she think of any books that she read growing up that rang a little too true?
Let me see. Do.
And if it helps, I do have the researcher / sage background.
Okay, I like that. That's
Yeah.
cool.
Specific for this moment. I chose it months ago, but it is only now coming to light.
Let me find something that's actually kind of relevant.
Okay.
And if I can, I will give that to you.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you.
But in the meantime, yeah, let's verge on.
Okay. If so, I'll look at Amnestria and I will just say, I might have an idea for that. So perhaps we can let the wonderful gentleman go. You can look for your information on Mordent, and I can get started on making his vest even more lovely.
I think that's a wonderful idea.
Excellent. And then as he turns to go, Louisa will just say, "Oh, one more question. I have a few questions about where you might keep certain records of the town. Marriages, births, deaths, census information. Do you know, is that here in the restricted section, or is that somewhere else?"
And for my accent almost verged into yours. I'm sorry, apologies.
It's an earworm.
It's getting
accent,
quite
I'm
annoying.
telling you.
Stop it. I don't believe that the records would be kept here. No, I in fact, most likely not. The records for Dementliu would for families of that kind of thing would most likely be at the university.
The university, of course. Of course. Thank you. Thank you so much for that information. I do. And she will reach into her pocket and just slip him 5 extra gold.
Sort of looks at it and goes, "Thank you very much."
Thank you. You have been such a delight. And I promise whenever we come back upstairs, this vest is going to look amazing. Would you like your initials embroidered, maybe on the inside?
No one's ever asked me if I wanted my initials embroidered on anything. Sure. Why not?
Excellent. What are your initials?
FB.
FB. Excellent. And that would make your name what?
Francois Berdu.
Berdu. Oh, so lovely.
God damn it. Why do I have to make up names on the spot? It's fine.
Dad, you just made him Francois Berdu. I can't.
I love it.
It's the French accent. It's gotten into everyone's
in my head.
It is. I'm trying to remember what my other one sounded like, and it's gone. It's gone.
All
Full
my
disclosure,
we're having
I sent Matt a message earlier this week saying, "So, what are like the premier accents of Dementless that I can practice?"
She did. 100%.
All I'm remembering right now is the fake French accent I did during a game of Trivial Pursuit that almost made my mom pee herself because she was laughing so hard.
Okay, yeah, so Francois Berdu. Oh my god, why? He just he sort of trudges back up the stairs.
Okay. I look over at Amnestria and just kind of raise her eyebrows and gesture to the book as she sits down to start sewing. So.
Okay, so let's go through this in quick order. What do you guys want to look through in this book about Mordent?
Well, Amnestria is trying to search for the noble houses,
and
also anything describing Eladrin specifically.
I'm sorry, a what?
Eladrin?
Eladrin. Eladrin.
Yeah, Eladrin, sorry.
Okay, I was like, your accent is roaring into my head now. Nothing specifically about Eladrin, but you do note some information about Mordent. Let me see if I can pull it up. There it is. Cool. So, yeah, here we go. First of all, the first thing that you note is, and I'm going to bring you to this place, it is a map. The first thing you see is a map of Mordent itself. So I'm going to bring you all to Mordent, and I'm going to show our wonderful people here in chat said map. Okay, so let me go ahead and zoom out.
Like that bowling ball moon.
You got what?
The moon, the crescent surrounding the red moon, it literally...
It looks like oh my god, it does look like a bloody bowling ball. You're right.
Because of the little... Let me just move it on over here. You're right, because the little 3 dots there. That's cute. Yeah. I didn't even notice that. That's cool. All right, so yeah, here we go. Mordent, a land by the coast, which seems to have a jutting from it. Several islands, some small, some large. But it seems to be adjacent to a body of water called the Sea of Storms. You, Amnestria, are intimately knowledgeable about this particular land. You know of the different towns, at least by name, although I don't think you've been to them all. But you've never seen the land sort of splayed out like this. Perhaps you've never seen a map like this before. And you do note that in the southern section of Mordent, the lands diverge into sort of swamp and moors, as evidenced by the sort of dark greenish blue topography of the map itself. There is an area called the Barrow Grounds and the Lantern Moors. You also note that there seems to be, in the midst of the moors, a small town called Crawford, and nearby a hospital called the Locust Branch Hospital. The middle of the of the land is dotted mostly by forest and plains or small grasslands. But it's bisected by several rivers, one which is called the Arden River, and one which is called the Starling Brook, and the Writhing River. So it's quite plentiful with water, that's for sure. You do also see some things that are kind of outright sort of strange, but you're not like completely put off by it. One which is that there is a town literally called Mordentshire, right by the bay, here, Arden Bay. That seems to be, from your recollection, where you're from. But you don't ever remember leaving Mordentshire. You remember what you remember, and what you've explained to your compatriots. But you don't remember Mordentshire being near a body of water. You remember it sort of being in the middle of just like moors and hills. So now it seems to be a port town? Strange. A couple of other things that you don't really remember hearing about or ever seeing is there's a city called Glenwich or Glenwich. I guess in the accent of your people it would be Glenwich. And a small town called Candlecross. The one thing that does sort of immediately come to you as you look at this map is there is a very notable edifice that seems to be right near the Stray Stands, which is an enormous sort of forested area. And that is a place called Hayworth Hall, right here on the eastern side. Which I'm going to just sort of pan over just so that the rest of chat can see.
That's a big ass map.
Yeah, it is. It's a beautiful map. Thank you, Blando.
It is lovely.
And in the middle of a very strongly mentioned piece of forest called the Prongwood, there is a sort of clearing and someplace that in the back of your mind you feel very negative about for some reason. And it is a place that seems to be indicated as Gehenna Hill. Right here. In the darkest sort of fathoms of your memory, that is, just by looking at this map, what you remember of Mordent. As you read on, however, about Mordent itself, you come to remember certain things about it. One, that the lands of Mordent are carved into estates, and they're passed down through hereditary lines, noble houses, essentially. There are three of note, and these three noble houses are the sort of most well remembered and well talked about. One, which is called Westcote Manor, the famous Westcote family. Heather House, the Heather family. Idlethorpe, the Idlethorpe family. It's just called Idlethorpe House. I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. That's actually a city, not Idlethorpe. Griffin Hill. There is an estate on Griffin Hill. That immediately, as you read about the house on Griffin Hill, your blood turns cold, because you know that that is a place that people throughout Mordent say never ever go there. The Weathermay family and the Godfroy family specifically come to your mind when you read about the house on Griffin Hill. So these are the families that sort of come to your mind as you're reading through this. Hopefully you took notes. If you didn't, that's okay. I'll give you those names after.
Weathermay and who?
Godfroy.
Godfroy. Okay.
Or Godefroy, sorry. I think it's pronounced Godefroy.
I think you're right.
Yes.
Okay. I got those two.
Yes. Anything else you'd like to know about Mordent?
I mean, she's probably flipping through pages, progressively a little bit more agitated than she was when she came in. She has, she's wearing her ring that you've previously seen on her hand. She's wearing it around her neck, and she's just sort of squeezing it a little bit.
You all right?
I don't know. This map doesn't make any sense to me.
Have your memories been affected?
Yes, I thought you knew that.
It's possible. There've been a lot of things that I thought I knew. Apologies.
You don't have to apologize. I understand the need to feel like you fit in a place.
Let's shift the scene for a second up to the second floor, where Mikmick is looking through the history section. Mikmick, what are you looking for?
Well, Mikmick was somewhat planning on doing what Louisa was planning on doing, is trying to find information about her family, but finding nothing about the censuses in the library. Mm-hmm. He'll move on to some different reading material. As I've posted in chat, he would be looking up sentient oceanic creatures to find out what Muadnhait was before she became a hexblood.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay.
That's...
I think you sort of like go to the zoology section, which is you know.
Cryptozoology. Did they have that in this library?
They didn't have cryptozoology, but they definitely had sort of animals of the deep.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that Porto Lucine is a port town, clearly it is a seafaring town, and therefore you have a seafaring contingency of citizens, and so therefore there is some knowledge about what is going on in the waters beneath. So there's books about fish, there's books about sea mammals, not unlike the ones that are in our world today. There are sort of stories, occasional stories, although nothing of merit perhaps, but of large sea creatures that live within Pernod Bay that seem to take a liking to flesh. That there have been people that have perhaps fallen asleep on the pier at night, or gotten perhaps a little too inebriated in their boats at night fishing. And then those boats came into port the next morning and were bereft of any living soul. Except one, shivering with fear, eyes stark, saying only, "The arms! The arms!" But you don't count that for very much.
And the second thing was he was also going to be searching up, again, what Amnestria was planning on doing in the future is searching up like medical records to see if there's anything about a condition that gives a necrotic touch.
Sure. So that would be sort of like diseases of the flesh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you sort of go into that area, and probably for lesser beings, they would be immediately sort of revolted by the diagrams and depictions of the internal mechanisms of the human body that have been discovered through science. But not you. You look upon them with a certain amount of recollection, perhaps a certain amount of recognition, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
There are certain books that you sort of leaf through that talk about blood diseases, they sort of scoff at the nature of curses, that people seem to have a predilection towards something called lycanthropy. It seems to make people feel like they are an animal at a certain time of the month. But that is clearly not the case. That is much more akin to, just genetic things, things within the overall sciences, or glandular disorders. Nothing a good leeching won't fix.
Good old. They fix everything.
Yeah. Someone's very heavy on the microphone. Maybe you want to take it out of your mouth. I don't know who that is.
Mom's over there.
Yeah, it's like... I'm like, what's going on? It's cool. Yeah, so Mikmick, that's what you find. Nothing that seems to nothing that seems to be equal to what you know of Amnestria's condition, or even resembling it. Yeah.
It hasn't found anything this trip.
No, not here.
Yeah. Fair enough. Good day of reading, though.
Oh, wonderful.
Out of character, I put it in the chat, but I did say that Moynat would eventually give up and did have something to check at the library. When you have time, just putting it up.
Okay.
Did I manage to get a hype train started for her, though? Inquiring minds need to know.
Maybe.
Let the dice decide.
Busking in this town has been relatively fruitful, not gonna lie.
You know what? Let's roll a d20. What the fuck? Let's do it. Here we go. I'm just gonna roll it in the open. That's a 12. No super hype train. Maybe a couple people sort of threw a couple of gold coins. I'd say you got like 5 gold, 2 silver.
I can live with that.
Not nothing.
Not nothing, but not like the beauty of last.
Not
of
last time,
day.
but that's fine. They can't. If they're always all that good, then it loses the magic.
You might as well just
Don't
stay
worry.
in Debentliu, right?
I might as well just busk forever.
Yeah,
Except that obviously Moynat is not of the mind to do so.
Fair.
I can make you more money in a drinking contest. So, it's fine.
Actually, I lost the drinking contest, but Amnestria won.
Oh,
Is one of those gold one of Louisa's?
When
don't
did that
know.
happen?
Oh yeah, Louisa threw a gold in there. What, the drinking
Yeah.
contest? Back
Yes.
in Actor City,
Card
you
Fest.
won a bunch of money in that.
Oh, that's
won a
you
shit ton of
won
money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You won. I lost.
That's
That's
true.
fine.
That's true. So
Don't bet
perhaps
against me.
after like an hour or so, or an hour and a half of busking, maybe, I don't know. Because you started earlier than they did.
Yeah.
You decide to head over to the library yourself. Yeah.
Having caught no sign of the person who left the parcel the day before,
Unfortunately, not.
she's sort of, as much as the water doesn't bother her, she's not making any money. She hasn't seen what she came for. But she does have curiosity. And so she does make her way over to the library.
Okay. No one halts your progress, and you enter the library.
Despite
with
looking
everybody else.
bedraggled as shit and wearing men's clothes. I love it.
It's fine. It's
And
it's a look.
so she sort of like comes into the library, absolutely dripping wet, lyre strapped to her back, like her knee-length hair is just shedding puddles everywhere. And she sort of wanders up to head library and says, "Hello, my friend. I am traveling musician, and I am looking for, well, I am writing a great ballad about ships and travel. So I come to Porta Lucine with your beautiful sailing fleet, and I want to write song about the amazing ships that sail forth from your port. But alas, I come from a place with no ships, and I was looking for information about ships and what they look like and their name. I am terrible with coming up with names. I write from reality, not from my imagination. I am,
So
quite frankly, a terrible Bart. But
he's like trying to get a word in edgewise. He's like, listen, you just you want ships. You want to see a record of ships, the ship names.
yes, with pictures, please.
It's the naval section. Second floor.
Oh, you are the best. Thank you so much. And I wander upstairs to the naval section.
I think there aren't a lot of people in the sections that Mikmick is looking in, and perhaps I'm gonna make a. What's your passive perception, Mikmick?
I'll just check that. I think it's like 13 or something.
Okay.
I'll just double check. 14.
14. I'd say that's good enough, actually. Mikmick, as you're sort of like looking through all these books, you hear very clearly, although it's shrouded in a pretty decent Eastern European accent, Moynat's voice. And you sort of like look over the balcony, and there's Moynat. She's just dripping with water. She's this enormous, tall, like just soaking wet individual standing at the desk.
In Claudia's fancy clothes.
In Claudia's fancy clothes. And Francois is just staring at her, and you're like, oh, she's here. So you watch her come up the stairs.
I do say that I boop Francois on the nose as I go by and say, thank you so much for your help. You are the lamb.
He takes a handkerchief out of his breast pocket and starts like dabbing at his nose.
And so I head into the naval section.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, Moynat has never been in a library. She has no fucking idea how any of this works. So she starts pulling out a book and like, does it have pictures? No. Does it have pictures? No. Pictures, puts it on a table. Pictures? No. Pictures? No. She is destroying this section of the library.
Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat?
Isn't it neat? But once she's come up with 2 or 3 books of pictures, she finds the biggest table that she can find in the area. And if there are no tables, like lays them out on top of a bookshelf or even on the floor. Doesn't matter. Lays them all out. Lays out the 3 ship charms that she was given.
4.
4. Oh, I'm sorry. 4 ship charms that she was given. And starts flipping through books looking for ships that match the charms.
Okay. As you sort of leaf through this
and also,
book,
I actually forgot that I wanted to do this. I'm going to whisper something to you.
Oh, okay.
You can ignore my previous whisper. It's cool, but I'm going to whisper something to you right now. Let me know what you would want me to roll for that.
No.
No,
just
the
gonna
answer's
say
no. All right,
no.
Cool. Sweet. Awesome. Beautiful. Then she's just leafing through books, trying to figure out if any of the pictures match these 4 ship charms that she has.
I would say, based on your research, just do a perception check. Just do a perception check.
Oh, you're so kind.
Yeah, you're welcome. 16.
16.
One of these boats sort of pops out, yeah, it's. Let me just see if I can remember the name. I know I have it in my notes somewhere. Yeah, hold on. I've got it here. Okay. Yes. The name of the boat. Is it? I thought I had it. I will message it to you, but I'm pretty sure I have that in my notes somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah. So you do note the name of this boat.
Of one charm.
Yeah, I mean all of the charms look the same.
Oh, they all look the same. Interesting. Okay. I thought it was 4 different charms. So 4 charms that look the
all
same,
look the
but
same.
there is one boat that matters.
I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. I found the name. It's actually kind of an interesting name because it ties into another of our campaigns. It's called the Prometheus.
And what can the book tell me about the Prometheus?
So supposedly this ship is not a boat that is from Port Lucine. It hails from a land. It was built, we don't know when, but it seems to be a schooner, meaning like a sailing vessel, a fishing vessel. That is from a land. It says, births, Lamordia. Specifically, there's a town called New Fürstenberg.
I'll just make up a spelling for that for now,
I'll-
and you can give me the real one later.
New Fürstenberg, Neu.
Uh-huh.
Let me see if I got that right. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I've got the name of it.
I can't wait to find out if I got this right.
Well, why don't you type it and I'll tell you.
Let me copy what I just wrote in my notes and paste it.
Yep, New Fürstenberg. I got it right. Holy shit. Neufurchtenburg.
Oh, so close!
Did you get it?
Only my vowels were wrong.
Ooh. Yeah, that's,
Only my vowels were wrong.
that's
I need
like
to
more
work on my-
Icelandic.
Yeah.
That's like the
I was like,
Icelandic.
or German. I probably did the Germanic spelling.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah.
So from New Fürstenberg.
New Fürstenberg.
Nifurstenberg.
Neufurstenberg.
Great. That's the next one, everybody. Hello, how are you today?
Yeah, it's gonna happen. But yeah, New Fürstenberg.
Megan and I are going to give you an accent word. Just wait for
New
it.
Fürstenberg is actually a town, not so much a city, but a town within Lamordia that's upon one of the many rivers in this cold, icy land.
Does it give the name of the river?
The river is it's called the White River, actually.
Okay.
It's on the White River. Right near a sort of area, it says, close to Baldander's Slough. And if you're asking...
Baldander. I'll just make it up. It's fine. If I spell it phonetically, I can say it again later.
Yes, Baldander Slough. Something about that, however, sort of rings in your mind.
Oh, okay.
Because you saw that...
Baldander's Slough. Okay.
Yeah, you saw that same term, that same area, in the note that was written by Baron von Albrecher.
Okay. Interesting. All right.
And it says that the Prometheus actually makes port. It was created in New Fürstenberg, but it makes port oftentimes at Ludendorff.
Okay.
And that's what you find out. Mikmick, you watch Moynat. I don't know. What's your passive perception, Moynat?
14.
I think you probably see each other. At some point.
Hello, small one.
What brings you to the library, Moynat? I didn't think this is a place you usually regular.
Yes, I'll be honest, this mausoleum of information is not my usual haunt, no. But you might actually be useful. Here, I
Well, that's
found
always
this.
useful.
And I'm just gonna thrust the book with the picture and information about the Prometheus at him. And say, if I wanted to know more about this, where would I find it?
Mikmick, you look at the book and you sort of take a look at the information about the Prometheus, and your eyes slowly open as you recognize this boat. Very, very much. Because you remember being on it.
So you see that Mikmick ponders for a bit and just says, "It's weird. You know, I've been getting flashes of my past from time to time.
Yes, so you've said.
Looking at this picture, I'm getting another one of those flashes.
Yes.
I somehow remember the smell of the deck, smell of the ocean. I remember being on this boat.
I'm going to say a name to you. Baron Rudolf von Albrecher.
Mikmick, when you hear that name, your hair stands on end.
And Mikmick just drops the book. The Baron. Yes. How do you know that name?
You just see Moynat breathe this amazing sigh of relief, and she says, "That explains so much. A parcel was dropped to me while I was busking in the park yesterday, addressed only to M. I assumed it was to myself, but I believe it must have been to you." And she's going to pull the letter out of the sopping letter out of her breast and hand it, like, out of her shirt and hand it to Mikmick.
Okay.
Out of the boob pocket.
Out of the boob pocket.
You guys
Boob
have
pockets. The
pockets?
best pockets, man.
You guys have pockets in your boobs? That's amazing.
No, but we wear tight-fitting
You wear
clothing
bras.
under them that
Okay.
you can stuff things in.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, who the fuck are we kidding? Moynat is not wearing a bra. She pulls it out of the waistband of her pants and hands it to you.
Where it should be. That's fine. All right. So Mikmick, now if you take a look at
Yeah,
names,
she's still not wearing shoes, by the way.
I don't think
Never shoes.
I don't think Francois
Never
even
shoes.
noticed.
Yeah, never shoes.
Never shoes.
Yep, I see you later.
All right. So I guess it's up to you. Ladies, would you mind terribly if, considering that the two of you haven't seen it, but the note is for him, would you care if he read it for our wonderful audience?
Not at all.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, are you asking me if I care?
Well,
I
asking
will say,
the three of you, actually, because
I will say, please let him read it to the audience now that two of us had it, but Megan and Maeve, pretend you've never heard it.
La 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 la.
you can take off your
I'm just-
headphones. You can do one of those things. I don't care.
I mean, or like, dude, I honestly, like, you guys are both great gamers. I trust you not to metagame, but it's just one of those things where, like, Moynat has been playing this very close to the vest, so you two technically don't know.
Love it.
I only take notes about things that my character actually sees.
I have been specifically doing this in this campaign because I have found myself accidentally metagaming in the past. So I have been purposely only taking notes on shit I'm there for. So like all of Maeve shit, I didn't take any notes on because I'm like, I technically don't know.
Hell yeah.
And
That's
also,
why when she was like, "Do you not know that I have memory issues?" I was like, "Do I know that?" I don't know.
but also in this moment, like, Moynat is very focused on her own shit too.
Absolutely.
So like,
So here's what I'll do then.
you guys are helpful.
I will go ahead and show you the letter to all of you, and then I
I'm
will
glad Red gets to read it and not me. That font
blow
is
it up.
horrible.
And Red, if you can't read it, that's totally fine. But if you can, go ahead and do it.
I'll try and read it.
Okay. If you can't, that's totally fine. I will be more than happy to do so.
Also, Red, if you would prefer to keep it to yourself, I will totally take my headphones off for this next
Well, I
couple minutes. Like, we can absolutely do whispers if you want to do whispers.
No, it's fine. I
Okay.
don't mind people. Because I think Mikmick, once the whole pie is back
He's
together,
probably
he will
going to come tell
show.
Mikmick's
Yeah.
good. He's going to come tell you immediately.
Exactly. All right. So, Mikmick, do us the favor of reading this letter, please.
I'll just read it in my voice, not Mikmick's voice.
I appreciate that.
You can be the voice of Baron von Albrecht.
yes.
Okay.
More
Sit.
accents, go!
I'll read it as a kobold. How about that?
They're,
No.
they're Australian in Ludendorff. Now we know. Or in Lamortia.
Okay, my dear friend, I am so glad I am so glad that I've finally been able to locate you, though you've certainly been difficult to find. My servants have notified me that you are in the company of the illustrious detective Atlantic Ray. How curious. Although you were always the inquiring one, I never took you to be one to solve other people's problems. That said, I am delighted to finally know that you are safe and sound, albeit far from home. If it may not do you harm, I would entrust you to join me once again so that we may continue our great works. You may bring your compatriots. Although I think Atlantic may not like the cold weather here in Ludendorff, from what I understand of his nature, he tends to favor warmer climes. When you do arrive, I have a special need of your wonderful skills to assist me with an important task at hand. The Hafish, or however
Close
you want to
enough.
say it,
That's actually not too bad, actually. The Haifish.
Hafish, a veritable treasure trove, had been shipwrecked in the Western
Sea.
Bay,
The
Sea,
Western Sea.
the Western Sea, just off
Baldander's Slough. That's the name
Old
of it.
Anderslav.
That's the
As
name
you
that.
Handwriting.
know,
I said I
the
couldn't
ice
fucking
is
read it.
Yep, understandable.
yeah. As you know, the ice is thick and will take a week just to carve it from its icy mooring. My relative was unfortunately bound for Ludendorff, and I'm sure either he has met his demise or needs immediate assistance. I understand that traversing from Demently to Lamordio can be somewhat treacherous. I have enclosed a set of charms that may allow you to pass through the mist to our land once again. My well wishes on a safe and prosperous journey, and my thanks in advance for your assistance as always. Regards, Baron Rudolf von Ackenbrecker. P.S. Greta says hello. I think that's Greta?
Goethe.
Greta.
Goethe says
Yeah.
hello.
Yeah.
As he finishes reading it, I say, I suppose you can see why I thought it was for me, as you know how well I swim, but I had no memory of this man, and I asked Alanik to hypnotize me. But apparently it didn't work, and so here we are.
Yes.
This means something to you.
More than you think. The Baron and I worked together previously.
Oh. And what is this great work he speaks of?
And Mikmick just pauses for a sec as he looks at his artificial hand that he still has, and says, and he just holds it up. Think this, but if you didn't have a body.
If I didn't have a body?
Yes.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, the good old Baron, let's just say, well, one one phrase that I remember, the flesh is weak.
Though he wants to give non-flesh bodies?
Yes, in a manner of speaking.
Strange. Interesting.
But
I
thank
can
you
see the
for handing me
benefits.
this. What was that? Sorry, I
Oh, I
talked
said
over you.
No, I just said I can see the benefits. Can't be killed. Less soft.
I mean, that
But you
was
left.
the general idea.
Well, why
I
did you
think I
leave?
remember waking up there before I met you for the first time.
Oh.
How I got there, I don't know. Again, memories slowly coming back.
Well, now that you have some memory, don't you wish to go back?
Part of me does. Part of me doesn't. But I think this is probably something that we should bring up to the party as a whole. Thank you for handing me this letter.
Why wouldn't you want to go back? All I want is to go back. Why wouldn't you want to go back?
Because of the horrors that are at that place. Horrors that I do not want to experience again.
How's that? I do not understand.
Unlike you, that has said a few times that horrors in the deep ocean are more like your friends.
Well, the horrors of the deep are only the horrors to you.
Exactly.
I knew only joy in my old life, and I was torn from it. But I suppose if your old life was not joyful, well, then is not this life better, and you should leave the old life be?
Exactly. Because this life is so far better. But, I mean, old sins you have to atone for sometimes.
No? I don't think I understand.
Let me just put it into terms that you may understand more.
Well, means?
You said that you've had sisters, right? What would
In
you
a way.
do if one of your sisters was captured and turned into something that you do not recognize anymore?
I would find whoever is responsible. I would make them pay.
And that's the situation that I was in.
Interesting. We've much in common, you and I, Tiny One.
That we do, and I'm not sure if that's a good feeling or a bad feeling.
Let's switch.
Nor I.
Let's switch.
And I'll just
to...
go back to Wilds. Go back to the books.
No, that was fucking amazing. Let's switch downstairs. The camera just sort of like it sort of freezes on their faces, just sort of staring at each other for a second, and then jump cut to Amnestria and Louisa. Louisa, as Amnestria has been sort of looking through this book of Mordent, what have you been up to besides sewing feverishly?
She's been sewing. She started with the hem because that was the easiest thing to fix,
Of course.
and then she has been just embroidering his initials right into the back of the collar, and then when she finishes that, she also she's going to embroider one other thing where the vest has the like breast pocket. She's going to embroider a tiny candle that the flame is visible just above the breast pocket. So she's been doing that. And while Amnestria looks like she's possibly wrapping up, Louisa very deliberately keeps all of her focus on her sewing, but she's just going to strike up a bit of a conversation, and she's just going to say, "How well do you know Cabe?"
Not that well, actually. We met him maybe a week before you did. Or them, sorry.
Think they would have any reason to lie? And all of her focus. She's not looking anywhere except for at her sewing. So
I mean, I think anyone could find a reason to lie if they want to, but I don't really know them well enough to give you an answer, I'm afraid.
do you think he's loyal to do you think they are loyal to Alanik? Or do you think that there is some ulterior motive there?
Well, I can't really speak for Cabe, but I think Atlantic might have an ulterior motive. I didn't really care much for how they worded, saying that they felt like they could simply ask us to do something else, that it was within the right.
He does seem very sure of himself. Do we know what their greater purpose is? I came into this late. You told me you were looking for a woman. We found her. We've returned her.
Well, from what I understand, we are trying to.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll hug him when he comes upstairs.
From what I understand, we are trying to stop the end of the world. And Radaga has the key to that. Somehow.
So for Alonic, all things serve that purpose.
Seems to be the case. I don't really trust him, honestly. I trust a lot of you a lot more, actually.
Oh. We've actually been back to back in battle and have saved each other. So
Exactly.
there's a bond there. I'm not sure that the
Sure.
message I asked Cabe to deliver was actually delivered for me.
Would you rather deliver it yourself?
That's where I'm struggling currently. Because if it was delivered, if my husband truly does not want to see me,
I didn't know you were married.
yes, for apparently, and she does some quick adjusted math. Or oh god, hold on, because the 3 years, so 2, 3, we're almost 18 years now.
You look really well for someone married for 18 years.
Well, I've gained 3 years apparently, so excuse me, I'm sorry. That's not your fault at all. That's
You're all right.
we were married very young. I was 18, and then I disappeared at 25, and oh, maybe it's just 17. I'm terrible at math. And now I'm back, and Cabe gave me his message saying that I should not come to him, and yet there's something wrong about what Cabe said.
What do you mean?
And she just kind of looks around to see see if there's anyone down here, because the entire reason she broached this was because they were as alone as they can get right now.
Just make a perception check.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is
Favorable Robinson.
Oh! Even with
21.
disadvantage, that's very good.
Nice.
With disadvantage, too.
Yeah.
You look around, and on the very corner of your vision, you're in a room at the very back of this floor,
Yeah.
and you sort of look, and you're pretty sure you saw some movement, actually. That one of the desks, one of those little pews, those little mini lecterns with a sort of closed off area. Okay, for just a second, you thought you saw something move back there.
Louisa is immediately alert.
Are you alright?
She starts putting the sewing materials away, and she looks to Amnestria and kind of motions back over her shoulder and says, "Well, my dear, I think we might need to be going. I think that perhaps we have overstayed our welcome, and look, I have done all of this for Francois, and I think that perhaps we should go upstairs, no?"
You immediately, upon saying that, you hear some kind of piece of furniture that moves, and then footsteps running to the stairs.
Louisa is going to grab the vest and start pursuing, and
Okay.
I no longer have half movement, so if I need to burn a key point to catch up, I'm gonna.
Okay.
So-
You're about 80 or 90 feet from this particular individual who has just run up the stairs.
So movement is 40. If I dash, that's another 40.
Sure.
So I can at least get up to possibly see who it was.
You can certainly try.
I would like to try.
Okay. So, Amnestria, you watch Louisa just throws the vest across the room, bolts out the door, and
I take the vest with me.
Okay,
Sorry.
fine. Sorry. Grabs the vest. Whoosh.
Yeah.
Aerodynamics aside, it doesn't slow you down. Amnestria, you watch as Louisa whoosh out the door, and just speeds at a full clip down the hallway, towards the staircase going up to the main floor. Whoever or whatever this thing that she's chasing has gone out of your line of sight for certain. Louisa, you run up the stairs. You turn as you go up the staircase. You hear the footfalls getting softer and softer, but you're and you dash. And you skid to a stop at the main floor. There are people milling around now in the lobby as you sort of come running out into the lobby, just looking around. Make another perception check.
Oh. Okay.
Does she Naruto? That's
fuck.
a natural 1. And there's just too many people. You look around, it's like that scene in The Fugitive, where you're just like, fuck! In your mind, anyway.
Yep.
Possibly out loud.
It's up to you.
Fuck.
It could be anybody. It could be any of these people. Or it could be none of them.
I think back to everything about the interaction before they knew I was onto them. did the smells change? Did anything sound different? Is there anything that I could try to glean? Because my passive perception is 18.
That is true. It certainly was. But whoever was hiding, you only beat them with a 21.
Yep.
I'll give you this.
Okay.
They're really good at being quiet.
Yeah.
Whoever it is. Or whatever it is. Amnestria, I don't know if you chase after Louisa or not.
She didn't give a chase. She just sort of watched her run off, let out a sigh, gently picked up the sewing things that Louisa had, and just like closed the book and be like, "Well, I guess I'm done reading you for now."
Okay. Put it back on the shelf. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Muadnhait and Mikmick, I don't think your passive perceptions were keen enough to see
nowhere near
anything that happened, or perhaps not even noticed that Louisa had run into the lobby, honestly.
If we're up on the second floor, no, I don't think so.
No. The crowd is sort of milling around. Louisa, a couple of them sort of look at you strangely as you're panting there in the lobby.
She immediately composes herself and slicks her hair back, folds the vest neatly over her arm, and goes to the washroom.
Okay. Fair.
Yeah. Just to try to get control of herself.
Mm-hmm.
Once she has done that, she's going to go back to Francois at the front desk, possibly collecting Amnestria along the way because they owe him more money.
Fair.
Yeah. And she'll take the vest whenever she gets to the front desk and lay it out for him and go, "Francois, my darling, here you are, and I included a special surprise for you so that you can see if you like it. No."
Oh, it's well done for an hour and a half. I mean, that's really gorgeous work. Very nice.
Thank you. Of course. I am quite adept with a needle and thread. No. I do have a question for you.
Yeah.
If you do not mind.
I have one for you as well, but continue you first.
Oh, of course, I am happy to answer. I think I might know what your question might be. And she gives him a wink and nudges Amnestria for her half of the money. Or at least as much that as Amnestria that she can give, and Louisa will make up the difference. And she's just going to kind of stroke the leather of the vest as she says, "I." Sorry, I just thought
I'm here for it. Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's make it happen.
I know. I'm like, that's why you got the laughy face afterwards. I'm loving it.
And she's just going to say, did anyone else come down to the restricted area while we were down there? I thought I heard someone drop some of the books, and I was aghast and appalled that someone would treat these tomes with such disregard.
Wait, someone was down in the restricted section besides the two of you?
Yes, I tried.
No, I'm sorry.
No?
No, I would have definitely known. Absolutely. I mean,
Insight check.
go for it. Yeah,
13.
with a 13, he seems like he's pretty confident in what he's saying.
Okay.
Amnestria's just going to be taking out some gold coins for him, and there was definitely someone down there.
Really?
They knocked over 7 books, yes. I picked them up for you.
Did you see what they were?
The books.
Oh no, I'm in deep trouble now. Someone went down there?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't see them?
Promise. I tried to catch up with them, and they were very fast, which is strange because I am also very fast.
Did they take
That's what she
anything?
said.
Did you see? Did you? Yeah. Did you? Did you see? Did you see them? Who? Anything? Did you?
Well, I mean, we could probably show you where they were, couldn't we?
I'll check myself.
We did hear. You said I heard furniture moving.
Yeah, it sounded like something like moving, like a chair or a table or something.
We did hear a bit of before the book dropped. We heard furniture moving. Are there any passageways that are not connected to the main staircase that go in and out of the restricted area?
No. It's just a single. It's just the reading room and the study room, and that's it. And then the stairs.
I see. Well,
Would it be possible for us to enter upon the scene at this time?
I think so. I think Mordent and Mikmick have probably finished their research and have come down the stairs and have now encountered Louisa Amnestria talking at the desk.
I sort of look at them. I look at the librarian and say, "Hello, my friends. You seem troubled. I am surprised to see you at library. What are you doing here?" Forgive me, I saw them the other evening in the tavern. Very wonderful, excellent patrons.
oh, hello. How are you, my darling? And I give her a kiss, you know.
Moynot definitely gives her like a little bit of a mer on the accent, but obviously doesn't say anything.
A couple of people are now sort of noticing your little quartet of talk and are like sort of like paying attention now a little bit more. And one person like closes the book a little too loud, like, and like stares in your direction like they're trying to read.
Apologies. We are obviously disturbing. So perhaps we can take our conversation outside.
I'm going to send a quick message specifically to Louisa. Just say, "What's going on? You do look troubled."
I will say back to her because it's nonverbal, right?
Correct. It's
just,
all
Correct.
in your heads.
It's all psychic. No one else can hear it but you and I.
I just say, someone was spying on Amnestria and I in the restricted section.
Message her again.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
I was just going to say, I gave chase and they disappeared. I lost them.
Message back. That seems unusual as you are very fast.
Yes, I almost
Should-
caught up with them, but
Should we not take a look around?
I have no idea what they look like. We can try, but
One more
Perhaps-
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say perhaps you can. I'm still quite tired, so perhaps you might have a better fresh eyes, as it were.
I'll message her one more time and say, "I meant to look around downstairs, but I'll look up here as well."
I can distract Francois if you'd like to go downstairs.
I just smile at her. First, I would like to take a look around the main lobby area. Like, Minot is assuming whoever it is probably fled already, but wants to take a look around to see if anybody looks particularly suspicious or interested in our conversation. Not in a "you're making noise in the library" way, but in a "what are they talking about" way.
Sure, make a quick perception check. With
20.
With a 20, you look around. There's a lot of people here now, actually, that have come in. Mostly sort of older people who are sort of minding mostly their own business. You see an older gentleman who's sleeping in a chair with a book over his face. You see a family of 4, one very sort of perky, perhaps 7 or 8 year old who is reading this enormous book that's probably way too advanced for her, or maybe not. You're not quite sure because she seems to be scanning the pages very, very quickly. And a mother sort of looking on like, that's right, that's my daughter. Beyond that, there's a lot of people reading, but nobody seems to be really sort of looking in your direction.
You think why not wants to take a look? I'm going to assume the smile I gave Louisa was enough of her to realize that a distraction would be warranted. So Moynat can go take a look around and see if she can figure out what happened down there.
Louisa will look at the librarian and just kind of hip bump Amnestria to where she spills the gold she is counting out onto the counter.
Okay.
I go, oh, sorry, I am
this
so
enormous
sorry.
sort of like sound of metal clinking on marble and wood just peels out.
Goodness.
And a couple people look up from their books like,
I am so sorry, so sorry. And so she just starts gathering up the gold and starts putting it on top of the countertop one at a time.
Francois's like, I can do that. You don't have to.
No,
it's
of
fine.
course.
And as she is doing that, I'm going to try and sneak downstairs.
Okay, make a stealth check with advantage. I will consider Luis's actually a help action.
Ooh, nat 20, baby.
Yeah, I don't think any of you actually watch more, not just sort of like, Homer Simpson, like into the bushes, just disappear. She is gone.
Poof. She'll Belden's down the stairs.
She phases into the stairs. She is one with the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Why not? Do you have dark vision?
I think yes, I do.
Cool.
Yeah, Louisa's the only one who doesn't.
All right, so you go and down into this center cellar area, and it's
60 feet.
Yeah, it's lit very dimly by candles on the walls, ensconced in sconces, glass sconces, which sort of give you about 10 to 15 feet of dim light. But you do see just rows and rows of wooden desks, and a set of French doors in the back of an 80-foot room.
I just want to look around for anything that looks unusual. She said someone was spying on her, and to not metagame, like, I'm not looking necessarily for move furniture, but I guess Moynat is thinking like magical spying.
Sure. I'll tell you what I'll do.
Around to see
You
if
can't
anything
see invisible things, right?
Correct.
And you can't see into the ethereal. But what you can do is take a good look around. That'll take some time.
Exactly. That's fine. I have snuck down here. No one knows I'm here.
That's true. So go ahead and make an investigation check.
Nice.
That is a natural 1.
You know what? I have an inspiration point. And this is a pretty hefty RP session, and I'm going to lose it at the end of this. So I'm going to take my inspiration and roll that again.
Okie dokie.
Please be better than that one. 18!
That's good.
I accept.
Okay.
Better.
Yeah, you sort of like...
I hope that this doesn't also require a 21.
Well, no. I'll tell you what you get for an 18. You look around the areas, it seems like an interminable amount of time. You get to the end of your rope, you're just like, ugh! Looking for your keys, and you can't find them, and then they are in the place
That was
you
me looking
never
for my
expected
wallet
them.
this afternoon. I feel you.
Yes, absolutely. And
then you find it in your pocket.
and then it's on top of your head. And yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
That is when you look at a chair that has been pulled violently enough across the floor that it makes a large scratch in the wood.
Mm.
And you see that there are this is very CSI, but you see with an 18, there's a small bit of black wool that is poking out from one of the cushions in the chair.
I'll pick it up.
That's what you find.
All right, I'm going to stealth back out of the restricted area, I hope.
Yep, I'm fine with your nat 20 continuing.
Okay, thank you.
Potty
Uh-huh.
12, potty sleep.
Exactly.
Stealth
is
back
watching the coins.
out and just message Louisa, well, I found all I can find, but it's not much.
Anything is better than nothing.
By the way, we're going to do our break in about... it's just because we started a little later. We're going to do our break in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Could
I'll
I
find
make
out if the
a-
family needs me to move. I doubt they do.
Could I make a perception check to see, because Mikmick's going to keep an eye on if anyone else goes down the restricted area?
Do you know that Moynad is going down there?
No, but he knows that both the girls come out and they're talking to the librarian about...
Yeah, you see
Somebody
Amnestria, you
come-
see Louisa. Moynad's gone someplace. You don't know where.
Yeah,
But, I mean, if you want to take a look at...
because Mikmick wants to go down there, but he doesn't want to interrupt the girls counting out the change.
Yeah, I mean, I think here's what I'll do.
The perils of being good, my man.
Go ahead and make a
Yeah, exactly.
perception check, and then we'll go from
Yeah.
there.
Yeah,
It's all about the rolls, yo.
yeah.
Nice tell the story.
And
Yeah, you
Shit.
don't see anybody going down there. Nor do you see Mordant slink
Yeah.
back out of the dark recesses of the shadows to rejoin your group.
I think Moynard's gone 1 minute and then she's back the next. Where'd she go?
Yeah, probably it takes
Oh.
like 2-3 minutes, I would say.
So I go, I'm sorry, I ran back upstairs. I forgot something.
And then you finally, I would assume, put the last gold coin on top of the stack, and Francois's like, okay, thank you. Thank
you. Thank you, my friend. You
And-
have been a light in the darkness.
And I mean, a wonderful fit, I must say. I like the embroidery, very nice. I like the candle thing. It reminds me of Savrus.
Savrus.
Make a religion check.
Oh boy. Religion. There it is. 13.
Ooh, this is like the best religion stat I've ever had, and it's a 1.
Yeah. pretty much.
I just looked out of curiosity.
You don't really often hear the name Savrus, actually, Louisa, in Dementliu. Often just from people sort of who have come in from outside of the mists. But supposedly Savrus is a god of some sorts. A god of some kind, perhaps literature, secrets, you're not quite sure. And their symbol is an eye, and a candle springing forth from it.
For fun, can I get in on that religion check?
Sure. For fun.
For fun.
I want to do a funsies.
You don't know Savrus! I know you don't know
mean-
Savrus! You don't know Savrus!
Yeah, I got a 9. I don't know shit.
You don't know Savrus. Who's Savrus?
See, it surprises me how much the dice know.
Maeve knows
sometimes.
Telly Safralis? No, you don't know the Savrus. You don't know Savrus. Louisa knows Savrus. You don't know Savrus.
I mean, we did all hear him say it.
That's
so
true.
Yeah.
we all make the check, and it makes sense that Louisa knows more than anyone else.
I just love that, like, the four of you look at each other. It's like question mark, question mark, question mark. Louisa's like,
Exclamation point! And that was a joke, especially for Megan.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Louisa gives him a genuine smile at that, and just says, "May your travels be safe, my friend."
Valamargulis.
Yep.
Sorry, been on a rewatch lately.
Oh
Couldn't help
boy,
myself.
I want to watch that new one. All right, so I'm assuming that you guys have spent the time that you need at the library. Am I
Yes.
wrong?
Yes,
Okay.
done what I needed to do.
Louisa had wanted to check out some fairy tales, but she is freaked
Fair.
at that.
Amnestria,
So
anything from you? You've been quiet, so I want to make sure.
If everyone else is going to leave, Amnestria would follow.
Solid. Okay. The four of you enter the lovely, rainy streets of Port-a-Lucine once more. And it's now, I would say, probably like mid-afternoon. And
Once they get outside, Mikmick will ask the ladies something.
Is
As Moynard is just standing in the street enjoying the rain on her face.
question
Mikmick will just-
actually.
Okay.
When people bring their umbrellas, are they bringing them inside or are they leaving them outside?
They are bringing them inside, but they are shaking them out at like a little foyer, a little vestibule.
Do you steal an umbrella, Amnestria?
I mean, if there's any just laying around.
assume we brought one.
Yeah,
we-
I think we did, but
yeah.
Well,
From-
Malek
from
probably has
Alanic.
one
Yeah.
because he keeps one on his wheelchair.
Moynard 100% does not understand the point. She's just looking at the other two like, why are you avoiding the rain? It's beautiful.
Some of us don't like getting our clothes wet, darling.
Well, some of us don't like wearing clothes, and yet here we are.
And yet here we are.
Here we are.
I mean, I'm not going to stop you if you want to walk around the streets without clothes, but I think the guards might have a problem.
Exactly. The guards are the problem, but I can't kill them all. There's too many, and so clothed I must remain.
And Mikmick will just say to the ladies, something a bit out of the ordinary. Any of you ladies got any knowledge about precious gems and how much they're worth?
What kind of check would that be?
What exactly do you want to know?
Out of game, he's looking for a gem worth 100 gold pieces, but he doesn't know what gems are actually worth.
Oh, so
he's just
like nature.
asking. Yeah, I'm not sure which person would be most.
See, the funny thing about that is if... Oh, actually, my nature's low, so that makes sense. Because I was just going to say, like Moynard would actually... Moynard's response would be to turn to him and say, I have no
Well, I think this
concept
is
of
more
what they're
player
worth.
kind of-
Well, but I have no concept of what they're worth, but I do know where to find a great many gems.
My expertise, particularly in this city, is more where to find them, likely. And perhaps making sure you're not swindled.
Oh, I actually meant I know where to find gems that belong to no one, but... Fair.
I'd go with her, then.
Because I need I may need a gem that's worth what money I have left.
Don't spend your money, tiny one.
It
I
may
turn-
help us in the future.
I turn to Louisa and I say, You're from here.
Yes?
Have any ships wrecked in your harbor?
Probably. Do I
In the
know of
harbor.
any shipwrecks in the harbor?
No, I mean, there haven't been any shipwrecks recently.
Okay.
You know, you would certainly know about it, and I think as well, not in your recollection as well,
Okay.
having grown up here.
You say you need a gem, tiny one.
Yes.
And the smaller the better. Or the larger the better, I'm assuming, based on price.
Not necessarily. I mean, I don't need a really big one. Just one worth, what is it, about 100 gold pieces?
I don't know what that means, but I can find you a gem. Walk with me. And Moinette will make her way towards the harbor.
Okay.
Does
Louisa.
anyone follow?
Sure.
Well, mission followers, of course.
And on the way, Louise is just going to kind of lean in close to Amnestria, not in a I'm going to touch you sort of way, but just going to say, apologies in that we're not needed a distraction.
Think nothing of it.
She said she found something. We'll find out later. And Louise is just looking around constantly, eyes on a swivel.
Okay. I'll ask you to then make that perception check for me then.
Okay. 15.
Yeah, I mean, you don't notice anything out of the ordinary. No one seems to be tailing you.
Okay.
But you do you do keep a pretty close eye.
Okay.
The four of you then make your way down to the harbor, where there are a number of boats. They're all tied up. No one seems to be in the sailing mood on a day like today because the skies have just opened up. And the deckhands are not even swabbing the decks because it's pointless. They're all sort of sitting out there smoking cheroots, sort of looking at you all as you sort of come down into the harbor area. They're all wearing sort of slick oil skins, enormous hats, just soaked in with rain.
When we get there, I'm going to survey the harbor and the sea beyond and try to figure out the most likely place for a shipwreck.
Oh, man. You don't see any sort of, you don't see any kind of like coral reefs or anything like
Well,
that.
nothing from above the water. All right, fine. Well,
Yeah.
then I will. First of all, reach into my pocket, take out the piece of black wool, and hand it to Louisa and say, "This is what I found. It was on a chair." And then I will strip naked, hand my clothes to Mikmick, and say, "I don't know how long this will take, but I will find you a
As soon
gem."
as you strip naked, like the ship hands, they're all like,
Oh, you said that none of them were out and about.
Oh,
you
no.
said nobody was out doing anything.
no, I said that they weren't on their ship. They weren't swabbing the
okay.
decks. Do you still want to
Oh,
strip?
okay,
It's up
that's
to you.
fine. That's no, I still will.
Fair. Okay.
I'll
Totally fine. As soon as you like start taking your clothes off, like the guys that are like ribbing each other, like, and then as soon as like the top comes off, everyone's like it's like the cartoon wolf who's just like, yeah, like.
I hand my clothes to Mikmick. I say, "I don't know how long it will take, but I will find you a gem." I smile at the sailors, and then I just dive into the harbor.
Oh, like all of them just like, oh, you say the way she looked at me? She looked at me like, she's coming back for me. No, man. No, she's coming back for me.
Motherfuckers, I will be if I have to be.
Okay. You guys all watch Muadnhait just dive into the bay.
And Moina goes looking for a gem. And that can take as long as it takes. It's fine.
Jeez.
A gem or a crystal worth 100 gold, specifically.
Yeah. I mean, she may have to swim out a little bit beyond the harbor, but it's midday.
That's
She's
true.
going to go for a little swim.
Okay. The interesting thing is, as you swim into the water, like the guys run to the pier, expecting you to come up for like a breath, and you don't, and they'll look at each other like, "Oh, that one could hold her breath for a long time." I think she's just played. She's under the pier. No! I saw her swim straight out. And they're all just looking at each other like, "Oh shit!" And they look over at the three of you. Hey,
Mikmick's taking a seat.
you see that lady? The naked one who jumped into the water? Do you know her?
Yes, she does that quite often, actually.
Could she swim?
Do you see her not swimming?
I saw her go into the water and then she just disappeared.
She can hold her breath.
For 4 minutes?
Oh, for more than 4 minutes.
Like, all of them look at each other like, pooh. It's a trick. It's a trick. That's what it is. It's a trick. And they're like ribbing each other. It's like, let's go for a drink. This is a big old gag. And there's one guy who stays behind. And he's like,
Nobody makes a bet. Oh, so sad.
if they do, they certainly don't make it there. One guy stays behind. And he's sort of like this thin-faced sailor whose clothes sort of don't fit him too well. And he just sort of looks back at the water. And he sort of like grasps at something at his neck. And his face is absolutely pure, like pale white.
You're right.
I'm fine. He doesn't look fine.
You're a bad lie, you know that.
That is what my mama says to me. Excuse me. And he loosens his hand on whatever he was holding at his neck. And you see that there's like a necklace, a leather thong around his neck. And as he walks away, I'd like the three of you remaining to make a perception check. And this is where we're going to go to break.
Yeah, Mikmick's blind.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
you're too far down, Mikmick. Amnestria, you're the one who
Up on
catches
that
it.
one, really.
When he loosens his hand around his neck, you see a charm. A metal charm. And if it didn't have the horns, it would have been the splitting image of Mordent. And that's where we're going to go to break.
Ooh.
I love it.
All right, folks. We're going to go to break. And we'll be back in, how about 5? 5 minutes, good?
5. I'll try to be back 5. I do have to go say hi to the fam.
Okay, we'll make it 6. Because you
6
need
is
that
good.
extra minutes.
I do need that extra minute.
We'll make
I
it
also have 15.
6 minutes. And yeah, let's go for 6. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Bye. All right, we're back. Hello, everybody. So, you've left the library and have gone fishing for gems, Mordent.
Mm-hmm. They can do whatever the hell they want while I'm gone, because I don't know how long this is going to take.
Yeah, this might take some time.
That's fine.
Amnestria, Louisa, and Mikmick, you watch the contingency of dock workers sort of walk off into the distance, and Mordent has not surfaced.
Did we
Out of game, that is specifically why I said I don't know how long this will take, but I'll find you, Jeb.
Do we know which direction the sailor went in?
Which one?
The one that had the necklace.
You just watched him walk off. He walked off to the street behind you.
Did the rest of you see the necklace he was wearing?
He was wearing a necklace?
Just about to say the same thing.
Yes, it actually almost looked like... Why not, kind of? It was interesting. I've never seen anything like it.
Necklace that looks like why not?
He must know something.
You want to go after him? I mean, she's fine, probably. Right?
Oh. I would say that she would be fine. I'm just not sure about the clothes.
If we can bring them with us.
Close with us.
But what happens if she resurfaces and we're not here?
Then the entire block gets a treat. So,
And guess who
Louisa
won't care?
has been, in case it's not obvious from that comment, Louisa has been sneaking nips of her little flask after that escapade to the library.
Well, I mean, we can leave them here, we can bring them. Either way, I don't think she's really going to care.
I'll stay here and wait
If we-
for her. You two can go after it, that guy.
That's okay.
Alright.
That's fine.
Moynat, while you're doing, I just want to do this while they're doing this. Moynat, go ahead and make a do two things for me.
Yes.
Roll a d20,
Okay.
and then also make a perception check.
I rolled a 13.
Mm-hmm.
And a 21.
Okay, cool. Louisa, Amnestria, Mikmick, continue, please.
He looked especially frightened. Do you think that there would be any information that we could get out of him? I'm not saying no.
We can go ask him. I mean, doesn't
We're
hurt to
just
try.
standing around here talking, and he's probably gone for the distance. So he's
Alright.
probably lost it now.
Well, let's go. We can try. Are you sure you're alright to stay here, Mikmick?
Yeah,
Alright.
just got.
Mikmick, a question for you
Once we
regarding
get back-
this this gem, though. Before we continue, just from a mechanical perspective, does it say
Yes.
what kind of gem?
It says a gem or a crystal worth 100 gold pieces.
Now, pearls are gems.
Are they?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, they are. They're absolutely considered gems.
Pearls are organic gems.
Out of game, is this for an artificer class feature?
This is for an artificer class feature. Yes.
Then I'm pretty sure a pearl will count.
Well, indeed.
Perfect. Love it.
Having played an artificer before, I know what he's doing with it.
Yep.
So
Why not?
I was kind of. inching
Megan was
towards
there for that game.
I was.
It's actually quite easy for you, Moynat, because in your mind you know exactly where you're headed. As you dive into the briny bay, and the sounds of the bell sort of become muffled to your ears, and you dive through the murky waters. You just know
And-
instinctively.
As I do, my body changes subtly. My legs become closer together. They turn into scales. They become covered with scales, and my feet spread out. The skin between my toes spreads, the bones in my toes elongate. It almost becomes a fin as I swim deeper into the briny bay.
Where's Tom Hanks when you need him?
The bathtub.
Except I'm not a mermaid, guys. Bye.
It's true. It takes you 13 minutes
Oh.
to find
Nice.
a pearl. It's in a bed of oysters that's sort of hidden within a small cove underneath a large shoal of coral. But you're able to sort of just hone in on it, knowing naturally from your time, shall we say, in the water. And yeah, you sort of grab the oyster with your bare fingers, and your nails have just elongated into these talon-like claws, and you're
Yeah.
able to just pry it apart, and there is a pearl about, I don't know, probably about this size.
Nice. Pearl the size of a D20. I love it.
That wasn't a D20, that was just a glob of putty that I used.
Well, never mind then.
There.
Their camera is often blurry. I was trying to be.
There we go.
I like
It is about the size of the 20.
It is about its size. It's a little smaller than a D20.
Okay. D12.
Yeah, sure. Louisa, Amnestria, Mikmick, you have the next 10 minutes before Moynat surfaces, or maybe less, I don't know, to do what you'd like.
13 minutes to find it. Probably 5 to swim back.
So,
I got like 20.
yeah, 20 minutes.
Shall we?
We shall. Let's go.
Mikmick's gonna probably try and find a bit of shelter to sit under as he just goes over that letter multiple times.
Cool. You just sort of stand by the fisherman's wharf,
Yeah,
which is abandoned. at
probably
this point
under
in
a
time.
shelter.
Yep. So, Amnestria and Louisa, you're off in, you're in hunt mode.
For that guy.
Yeah. Let's just have you make a, since you know what he looks like, and he wasn't too far from you, Make a quick perception check with advantage.
Ooh, straight roll.
Okay, you both
Nice.
spot him. You both spot him. He's about a block away from the docks, and he's standing sort of in the street with this sort of just haunted look on his face, just like at a street corner, as carriages are rolling by.
Amnestria pulls out her flask in preparation.
Amnestria or Louisa?
Oh, it's Louisa. Sorry,
Oh,
I do this all the time.
Switch characters,
I just
switch
adopt
bodies. It
other
works.
characters as my own.
Fair.
It's okay.
Yep. Louisa pulls out her flask in preparation.
It's beer o'clock. It's fine. It's happy
Yeah.
hour. Yeah.
Exactly. Also, she knows the power of a good stiff drink when you've seen something potentially life-changing. And she goes, "Oi!" and just kind of like waves the flask at him.
He looks at the flask, looks at you, goes, "Is this for me?"
You look like you could use a drink.
He looks at you, he takes the flask.
It's strong.
Very long.
Sniffs it. Oh my. Bottoms up.
Is
His face sort of reels. Goes, "What is this?"
It's called Meeklebrow. It's gonna be all the rage as soon as I finish growing the flowers.
Hands it back to you.
Takes a swig of her own, offers it to Amnestria.
Amnestria will take a swig.
All right.
It didn't bring anything else to drink, so sure, why not?
It burns, but it burns good.
Yeah, all the way down to the core, right?
Yeah.
Speaking of burns, you had a look about you. It's like something burned into your mind. Do you want to talk about it?
Who are you?
Well, my name is Amnestria. I am from Mordent, and well, if it's any sort of, I don't think it really matters, but I am from a noble family in Mordent, and it doesn't seem like it gets me anywhere else in the city, so
Sorry to hear that.
as am I. But I saw the look on your face when you were standing there. You seemed like you had seen a ghost.
I saw something. I am not too sure what I saw.
Do you mean our friend?
I beg your pardon.
Was it the woman who jumped into the water? Did she remind you of something?
She's your friend.
Well, most days.
Yeah, she's our traveling companion.
He takes like 3 steps backwards.
We all have all 10 fingers, all 10 toes. We're not going to hurt you.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
I mean, I'm
Amnestria.
already at just.
Yeah.
Double disadvantage. This is Amnestria. She's the one who's talking to him.
Amnestria? Okay,
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
Oh, that's not
Oh,
bad.
hey, not bad.
Not bad.
Not
15.
bad. Not bad.
15. Yeah, he sort of like stops himself. He looks back at the two of you, and he's like, "Listen, I do not want any problem. Please, just
I don't mean any trouble. You seem like maybe you've seen something, and well, we don't really know her that well, so we were hoping maybe you could."
He sort of like takes a step towards you, Amnestria, and like reflexively he pulls his hand like he's gonna grab for you. What do you do?
Will
That's
intercept-
Amnestria, Louisa.
I know.
Oh, Louisa?
I know, but she sees it.
Yeah.
Louisa will intercept and put the flask in his hand and goes, You look like you need another drink. Courage, mate.
She's just going to just take a little step back.
Listen to me. He sort of that to the two of you. He's like, if you know what I know, and I do not know what I know, but I can only tell you this. You do not know this one who you call your friend.
You don't know who we know at all, so maybe you should tell us what you think you know that you don't know that you know that you... I'm confused now. Continue.
He sort of squints. He's like, you are...
What she said.
No. This is not a funny... This is not a joke.
I'm not joking. You're the one that... Anyway, tell.
This friend... she is... He sort of like comes in close and he's like whispers, he's like, she's merfolk.
Merfolk.
Mer, the sea.
Oh, oh, you mean like a horse, merfolk.
No, mer, the sea, mer, the swimming, the sea, the fish.
All right.
Frightens you because...
Because she kills men like me.
Oh.
Right. That's fair.
Like... Okay, like a sailor thing. Alright.
Yes.
So is the necklace a ward, or is it worship?
What is this word, ward?
Like, to keep away.
Yes, keep away. Keep away.
Well, it worked, didn't it?
Yeah.
We're the ones here talking to you, not her.
He
What
takes the necklace, like he just sort of like pulls it, gives it a yank. And he says, I think you need this more than I. And he holds it out towards the two of you.
All right.
And let him drop it into her hand.
He drops it into Amnestria's hand.
You keep Louisa's head right.
Whoever, he drops it. Whoever wants to grab it. He says, I have seen things you do not know. This thing. You think she is a person. She is woman. She kills. And she loves a kill.
I'll keep that in mind. Personally, myself, I'm not too worried about her trying to kill me. You said that she kills men.
She kills men, yes.
Then we're fine, right?
He's sort of like, his face sort of like goes slack for a sec. He's like, well, I mean, the sailors aren't real men.
Louisa's gonna reach forward, grab her her flask out of his hand and say, watch where you stick your pecker, because women on land can do that too.
He's sort of like, he looks at the two of you like he has no idea what the fuck you're saying.
We'll want a small friend, alright? I'm sorry. I don't don't mean to laugh, but this is a very serious matter for you, and I understand she's dangerous. We will keep that in mind. Thank you.
May the Duchess favor you.
May the Duchess favor soul.
I do indeed.
And then he just like backs off into the rain, like muttering to himself.
That was fun.
And right about that time, Moinot emerges from the surf,
Swoosh! Out of the water.
climbs the cliff.
I look at Amnestria and I say, let's go see if this works.
Like, as I like to think that, like, Amnestria emerges from the surf at the bottom of the cliff that she dived off of. I said Amnestria, didn't I? God damn it. Why not emerges from the surf on the cliff that she, like, from the, at the bottom of the cliff that she dove off of, and, like, as she emerges from the sea, her nails are still long, and she's using them to climb up the cliff. And as she emerges from the water, you'd have to be watching closely. Because for a brief moment, like, by the time she's halfway out of the water, her legs are legs again, but her toes are still a little bit too long and maybe webbed. And there are maybe some scales on her legs where there shouldn't be scales. As she very quickly and adeptly climbs up the cliff before all of her animal instincts leave her. And makes it to the top. And looks at Mikmick. And because she's been using her hands to climb, coughs out the pearl that she's been holding in her mouth. And hands it to him and said, I told you I'd find you a gem.
Mikmick looked at the pearl and just said, thank you. This is a beautiful little pearl you got. I'm assuming it's as fresh as pearls get.
Directly from the oyster, tiny one. What else did you expect of me? She, like, laughs a little bit to herself at her own joke. And then sort of looks around and sees people looking at her naked and says, I suppose I need my clothing back.
Well, I kept them with me just in case you had those people that decide that your clothes are their clothes then. They're right here.
Much appreciated, tiny one. I'll dress quickly in my man's pants and man's shirt. Basically, like, pulling up the pants, tying the drawstring, throw the shirts out. Throws the shirt over her head and says, well then. I unplugged my own headphones, but in-game, where have the other two gone?
The other two have gone to chase after a guy that I think may have recognized you.
Recognized me.
Or probably more specifically what you are. Being a sailor and seeing things out in the ocean, maybe.
Sailor, who recognized me? Oh, I suppose not out of the realm of possibility, though not terribly likely. Should we go find him?
I think they'll probably be back here pretty soon. So we may just need to wait for them. Unless
Fair
we
enough.
just go right back to Atlantis.
I'll find him when it's time. I always do.
I think at this point, Louisa and Amnestria walk up, and Louise is just spinning the necklace. Like, look what we've got.
And Moinot is clueless. Has no idea this thing even exists.
Nope.
He says it was a ward of some kind.
Against you, and that you, merfolk. Merf.
Oh, I haven't had a laugh like that in years. May I see that?
Plop it in her hand.
Oh,
It's a
Wait,
piece of It's a piece of scrimshaw, Muadnhait. It's like a very well carved, very beautiful piece of some kind of like bone or tooth. You'd probably, from your knowledge, you'd probably think it was like a whale tooth.
And you actually kind of see her joyful expression. Now she's like, not a terrible depiction. But this material came from a friend.
And?
A friend. This is whale tooth. The only way to harvest a whale tooth is to kill a whale. Interesting. If we see this young man again, please do point him out to me. I would love to know how he came by such a beautiful artifact.
I remember what he looks like. I can do that.
My guess is, though, if we do come across him again and you are the one to speak to him, he might drop dead of fright just from the mere sight of you.
He did seem rather afraid of you.
He was timid.
I would have no problem with that.
I gathered as such.
I'm just thinking.
And also, who said anything about speaking?
Not you. I am sorry about your friend, though.
A life for a life. At any rate, what did you two learn at the library today?
Yeah, the day is getting long. It's probably late afternoon by now, I would think.
Just thinking, Mikmick has magical tinkering, and he can make a picture. And he's seen that guy, so he can actually show a picture of the guy to Muadnhait, if she wants.
Sure. Stable,
Muadnhait would
single
like,
picture,
yes.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
as magical tinkering,
Sure. No problem.
because artificer.
Yeah. So, yeah, Muadnhait,
So he basically probably does it on the pearl that Muadnhait gave him.
there's like
No, I
a
don't know.
projection, like a Princess Leia projection, or what? Like, what does it look like?
We'll say why not. Why not?
Help me,
That's
Muadnhait, One Kenobi. You're my hope. Yeah.
Help me. Help me,
Does
Muadnhait.
Muadnhait recognize this man when he shows her the picture?
No, you don't.
What's the name of the ship he was on?
You look
No
across.
one asked him.
Yeah, I mean, he was right across from one of these. There are about 6 or 7 of these vessels currently docked. You look at the closest one to you. It's called the Dog Ear. I don't know what that's about. Then there's a couple more that are sort of female names. You see one that's called Gertrude. Then there's another one that says the Pine Spear. And then another one that also has a female name. It's just Bad Joan. I have no idea what that's
Like
about.
that one. Whenever we inevitably steal a boat, I want to steal the Bad Joan.
Bad Joan.
Just so everyone knows.
And then a couple ones that are too far away for you to see.
Do you recognize any of these ship names?
No, but that's not surprising.
So do you live under the sea then? Is that what he meant?
I lived in the sea before I was this.
All right.
Well, that
I've-
explains why you're so keen to go into the water.
I I do not think I have made any dissemblance. I am now what I not once was. What I once was is what I wish to be again. And that is why I wish to find whoever made me this and destroy them in hopes that I can once again be what I once was. I do not understand the confusion.
It's just a lot of wants and was and
Wishes.
It's not a lot, it's two. I was something, I no longer am, I wish to be again.
How long have you been gone?
How long have I been here? Out of game, Matt, how long have I been here?
I mean, you guys have been traveling with each other for about maybe a month.
I have been here for about 30 of your days. I have been myself for longer than I can remember.
Well, in that case, I hope you get your wish before things change.
Things have already changed once. I don't know how much worse they can be.
Louisa smiles a very bitter smile and doesn't say anything.
Moina kind of wants to look at her, and I want to do an insight check to see if I can figure out the source of her bitterness.
It's gonna be a tough one.
That's fine. It probably will be a fail, but I want to know. 6! Yeah, I fail.
Yeah, she's difficult to read.
In which case, I'll just say, things have been difficult for all of us. You're not the only one.
Oh yes, I know.
What are your plans for the rest of the day, folks? If anything. Because,
Well,
as a
we're
reminder,
relaxed.
considering that Luisa's last potential day where she could rest up is tonight, right? you would-
Whatever's left of this day, might not will spend back in the park looking for the furred individual.
Okay. Fair to say, unfortunately, more not. That furred individual does not show up again.
Like, out of game, why not knew that, but
I know.
in game, why not did not.
Understandable. Louisa, Amnestria, and Mikmick, anything else that you folks want to do?
Well, after we return to Alanic's place, Mikmick will show the letter that Moynat gave to him to the other two ladies, so they can read it, and just say, I know we've got other tasks to do, but while Moynat was busking the other day, someone gave her this, and it was, I think it was directed towards me, so we may need to go back to a place where I don't want to go back to.
You give that to just the two of them, correct? You don't show that to anyone else within the household?
Well, specifically if they're around the during the one of the around the table, so Atlantic's probably there as well.
Yeah.
There is actually one thing I want to do in the house, but not with any of them around.
Understandable.
So,
We'll get to
putting that
that.
out there.
We'll get that.
Nope, that's fine. I was just throwing it out there.
Absolutely. No worries. No worries. Let's do this. Let me just figure something out very quickly. So, Moynat is in the park. The three of you have gone back to Atlantic's chateau. You showcase the letter to whom specifically within your time between the night and the morning?
Well, I think if he had to choose one person to show it to, he'd probably show it to Amnestria.
Got it. Okay. I am going to go ahead and move you guys to the map for the evening. And you guys can put yourselves however you'd like and wherever you'd like. I will put you just in the garden, Moynat, because you're
Yeah, I was going to say, put me outside.
Yep.
Yes, perfect.
You'll be over
I'm going to
there.
run to the bathroom.
No problem. Okay. So you show it to Amnestria. Amnestria, you read through the letter. Seemingly written in a very florid hand, but one that you don't recognize, nor any of the names of anything. You don't recognize the name of the country. You don't recognize the name of the people involved. This supposed ship named the Highfish. Any of the things. But it does seem like the person who has written this letter to Mikmick seems to know Mikmick. This Baron von Auerbrecher.
Amnestria will read the letter and just sort of observing Mikmick as she does so.
Mikmick's probably doing the classic old timid thing of just playing with his fingers very nervously.
When she's done reading it, she is going to roll it back up. She's going to lean down and she's going to put a hand on his shoulder and just look at him and just nod slowly and then just say that she can tell that it troubles you and that she understands that the past can sometimes come back to haunt us, but that you're not alone and that we will be there to help you if we decide to, or if you decide to allow us.
Was what I was hoping you would say. I feel like I want to go there and, as the old saying goes, face my inner demons. But I know that we've got the tasks from Atlantic, and you've also got your own tasks that you want to do, and I don't want to impede in anyone's tasks just to figure out what has been called on for me.
Is anyone else in the room with us?
Not that you're aware. You can make a quick perception check if you want.
I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, you don't see anybody.
Amnestria is just going to lean in and speak quietly and just let him know that, well, there are things she needs to do and that she wants to do. Helping you with your problem is more important. Maybe not to her, but to you. And, well, she's there for you.
Mikmick stays quiet for a minute after she says that and says, "Thank you, Amnestria. That means a lot to me. It's just, I don't know which task takes precedence. Is our task to go to Barovia and find out more of these amber sarcophagi? Go and do this, what I've been asked to do? Or maybe find out more about your family and how to track them down?"
My family is in Mordent, and I don't believe we're going to be going there anytime soon, so I think perhaps we should all sit down and decide if we should go to Barovia like Atlantic wants. Or go where you need to go.
I think we should get the other two ladies in this room and have what they call a round table.
I think if we're going to have that conversation, it shouldn't be in this house.
Where do you think would be a good place for it? Maybe the park where Moynard probably is trying to bask a bit more.
We could certainly go try and find her.
Is that your
I think we
intention?
should.
Is that what you guys go?
Yeah.
All right. So you guys head out of the house?
Yeah,
Well,
and probably look for
Louisa-
Louisa.
Louisa very quickly has gone upstairs to attempt to take a bath and has opened the door to find 6 quippers in the bathtub.
Yep.
That's true.
Yep.
We haven't hit 24 hours
Not
yet,
yet.
so they're still
Close.
Yeah,
Close.
and just goes, nope, and closes the door and goes back downstairs.
Just imagine all the quippers just like bloop, 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 bloop. All the eyes. Yep.
She's like, and goes
Pass.
back downstairs.
Moynard is looking for Cabe.
Has Moynard come back inside?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Moynard came back inside with everyone else. She just went looking for Cabe.
Got it. Okay. You look all over the house and Cabe is not there. Radaga is. You see Radaga is she's actually in the study.
Which study? This study over here?
Let me show you. She
There's
is.
so many studies.
Yeah,
Take me. Yeah, this one over here.
that study. Yes.
All right.
And
And
as there she
okay.
is. No, it's fine.
Radaga is also Vistani, so that's fine. That
She
sort of
is
thing.
indeed. Yeah, as you come into the room, you see that she is reading a book. There's like a big book in front of her, and Handrick is actually on the book, turning the pages.
Love it.
Boy.
Hello, Hendrik.
Handrick sort of
Radaga.
little wave. Radaga looks up. Oh, hello.
I wanted to ask you a question. I know that because you are Vistani, you can travel through the mist. But is the reason because you are Vistani, or because Vistani possess the knowledge and pass it on?
What is the difference?
The difference is I want to know if you can teach me.
We cannot pass on what is inside of us. We can only become what we are meant to be.
So it's not passed on knowledge, it's that you are Vistani. But here is the question, and take a step closer. What if I am not what I was, and also not what I was meant to be? Can I learn?
She sort of squints at you and says, "You wish to be Vistani?"
Perhaps. If being Vistani gives me leave to travel between these worlds, between the mists. Yes. If not forever, then for now. I wish to be Vistani.
She looks at you and she says, "Are you sure of what you ask?"
As sure as I've ever been of anything.
She
I
sort of
wish to travel like you travel.
she puts the book down and Handrick sort of hops off and sort of sits on top of it. And she says, "Please sit."
I will sit.
And she walks over to you. And she sits down on the sort of settee next to you. And she says, "We Vistani have been here in the lands of the mist since the beginning. We come from everywhere and nowhere.
That I can relate to.
She continues. She says, "We have gifts that defy everything that this place and all the places that are part of it. They defy its very nature, but in the same breath, we are part of it. And we cannot, no matter how much we try, no matter how much our heart yearns to be in another place, we will never leave it."
You will never leave what?
Our homes.
And what is your home?
And she just raises her hand and she says, This is our home. The pain, the suffering, the
This
yearning.
place I was brought against my will.
Yes.
You seem to be the only ones who know how to leave, and you're saying even you cannot.
We can and cannot leave. We can go from place to place. It is part of our nature, part of our being, to be able to live, to be able to go between the realms of the mists, but we cannot leave the mist forever. There is a tale of one of our kind who fell in love with a beautiful woman who was a visitor from outside. And against the wishes of his entire Vardo, his entire family, he fell in love and he had a child with this Georgia. And fearing the worst, that there would be repercussions from his family, he stole with her through the mists, knowing that he would be able to escape them with her and with his child. And her face turns very grim, and she says, and when he opened the way, he stepped through, and his love and his child disappeared into the very mists themselves, and he returned. Now, the tale says, every night he stares into the mists, knowing that the price for his betrayal were the lives of the ones he loved the most.
That is an old tale, and one that has been told time and again. But that doesn't mean it is not true. And so I say to you, Radaga, first, thank you for your honesty. And I say to you, second, at this moment, knowing what you have told me, no. I do not wish to be Vistani, because I hope, funny word that it is, that I can still be returned to what I was, to what I was meant to be, but words pain me to say, but if I cannot, I will return to you and will ask you again. And in that visit, I will not say no.
She looks very distressed, but also, in a way, understanding. And she puts her hand on yours, not caring that it is cold and moist and somewhat scaly. And she says, we have known each other for a very short period of time, but I feel like I know you. I have a gift for you. And she stands up and she says, this is a very old and very powerful artifact that you and your companions may in fact need quite seriously if you are to undertake our next. And she sort of puts her fingers up like quotes and she says mission, as Alanik likes to call it, but I know it can be somewhat dramatic. And she takes from where she was sitting, which you didn't see, a piece of fabric, and she lifts it. And underneath this piece of fabric, it's a long piece of fabric, about 4 feet long, there is, at first glance, what looks like just a sort of a long string of bones. And she grabs the middle of it, and as she lifts it, this long string of bones is actually a solid vertebra. Straight across, about 4 feet, and it ends in a wicked-looking spike of bone. And the vertebrae themselves are sort of malformed and somewhat sharp-looking at the edges. And she says, "This is a very powerful, but also very dangerous artifact if used improperly." And she sort of expertly flips it around and hands it to you. And she says, "Feel the weight."
I will feel the weight.
It's light. It's like handling a dowel, like a wooden dowel, but it's perfectly balanced.
I'll flip it around a few times and say, "How is it to be used?"
She says, "Please be careful. Please. How's it to be used? You point the end into the other man." It's a joke. Apologies.
It seems so much more delicate than that.
No, this is
What is dangerous about it?
this is no ordinary piece of bone work. This is this comes from the land in which you are going, actually. This is the backbone, and she sort of like moves her hand almost like lovingly over it. The backbone of Nosferatu.
I'm sorry, the backbone of who?
That is pardon, it is Vistani. Not dead.
What is not dead if not alive?
No. Not dead does not mean not alive. Not dead, undead.
Moynot thinks for a moment, but can't wrap her brain around the concept.
This is a spear made from the backbone of Nosferatu. It is very powerful, very sharp. Please do not touch that end.
I know well enough not to do that.
It is always, how do you say, hungering for life. And therefore makes a very efficient weapon for those who can use it. But if it does not hit its intended target, it takes retribution on the one who used it improperly, and takes life instead from the wielder instead of the target.
Interesting weapon indeed. A weapon for one who is always certain to hit their target, I assume.
Indeed. You have two in your little band that seem to be quite efficient at killing. The one with the well, she has sort of copper
The
hair.
changeable one and the drunk one. Yes, I know who you mean.
I would the drunk. Yes, her too. Yes, perhaps. The short one is as well. He has his merits as well.
The tiny one has snums, but you mean for the changeable one. You said copper hair.
Yes, copper hair. Yes. Amnestria, I think she called herself, if I remember.
I believe she does. Yes.
Yes, she may indeed wish to use this.
We'll bring it to her and see what she has to say.
Yes.
I thank you for your counsel this evening, Radaga. It has been illuminating.
She nods and then sits back down, takes her book, licks her finger. Continues.
Somewhat dejectedly. Not openly, but you notice perhaps a slight slump in her posture. She is not quite as upright as she normally is as she gently carries the weapon out of the space. And goes in search of Amnestria.
Okay. Let's flip to Louisa for a sec, because Louisa's been patiently waiting. Louisa, after your attempt at a bath and failure, unfortunately, what is it that you do?
She is debating whether she wants to go out to the university or not. She feels as if she could do it quickly.
Okay. What is your intention to go to the university for what?
To try to find the information that she couldn't get at the library.
Okay.
She was looking for
records.
Okay.
I think you know, because you're obviously from this land, you know that the University Records Hall would be closed at this time of night.
Okay. So she will not do that. Instead, she is going to then go to... There's a study somewhere,
Several.
right?
There are at least 2 studies that you're aware of.
Sorry, I just saw the note. They mentioned Nosferatu. That was enough for a scarf.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
When we go to Barovia, plan for scarves.
I'm just gonna hope for fall weather by the time we actually get there. Oh, okay. So that's the study. Where is a study that would possibly have either like magical equipment or scientific equipment? Because she's going to try to study the piece of fabric.
Sure.
And see what she can glean from it.
Absolutely. You note that the closet that is across the hall from the study in which you are right now is rife with magical equipment that has been sort of laid out but not available to you yet, as well as mundane equipment that you guys are all having access to.
Okay.
There is nothing in there that's like, there are no, any kind of like scientific or any kind of like, there's no CSI shit in here. How about that?
Okay.
If you wanted to sort of like attempt to analyze that cloth any better, I don't think there would be anything in this house, to be perfectly honest, at least in the rooms that you've seen, that would be able for you to do that.
Okay. So hold on. Is there a scrying stone?
Ooh.
Anywhere in the house?
Is there a scrying stone? If there's anywhere a scrying stone would be, it would be in that room.
Okay. Can I look to see if there's a scrying stone in that room?
Make an investigation check.
Okie dokie.
That is a natural 1.
Yes, it is.
There is no scrying stone that you can find.
I find a pebble, and
Yes.
I'm sure it is it. And I am holding the piece of cloth, and I am holding the pebble, and in all of her magic non-use, she's like, how does this work? And eventually she figures out it's nothing. So she's just going to think back. Is there anyone that she can think of that wears garments that are of a similar nature to this piece of fabric.
Yeah, I mean, you have seen quite a lot of people wearing black.
Mhm.
Black is the new black.
Sure. Absolutely.
So...
Sorry, I just had a
Okay.
Legally Blonde
Yes, you did.
quote run through my head and became Elle Woods for a second. But anyway.
Black wool...
Mm-hmm.
Not so much, honestly, because wool is a very sort of very thick material.
Cold weather garment.
Cold weather for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Or for people who want to, maybe change their like body shape, what they might look like from the outside. Right, to make themselves look puffier or bigger. Wool. Wool's
Does
the
it
way to
look
go.
like the material that I used to make my own outfit for today?
Yeah.
Okay. She is going to tuck that away. And go out to find the others.
Cool. All right. Right. The night comes on apace. And luckily for you all, and for your outing, whatever it will be, the rain mercifully ends, leaving nothing but a sort of thick gray fog rolling in the grounds behind the building.
Moynot is a little sad about the end of the rain, but enjoying all the moisture coming up from the soil.
You then hear one of the doors, I would say probably the one closest to you, Louisa, if you went to, well, it's okay, where you were anyway.
Sure.
Open. Yeah, that's fine. And you hear the rolling of wheels and footsteps as you see sort of right behind you, Alanik, Arthur, and Cabe come out from the room directly behind you.
Do they see me?
Yeah, you're kind of there, right in the doorway.
Okay.
Alanik says, "Oh, Louisa, you're back."
Yes,
Shuts the door
we've had a very productive day.
I
And
can
I
see
just-
it. You look much more, much more well rested. You no longer have those dark circles under your eyes.
Yes, the last few days in wherever we were was quite trying. So I appreciate your hospitality. And if there's anything that the Wild family can do to repay your generosity, please do let me know.
Certainly. Hopefully you'll be ready to go on the morrow, along with the rest of your compatriots.
I believe so. As long as there are no surprises in the night. And she looks at Cabe when she says that.
Cabe sort of looks at her, at you, I should say, and says, "Surprises? Surprises? What do you mean surprises?"
Who knows? That's the beauty of a surprise, is it not?
Cabe looks at Alanik. Alanik looks at Cabe. Arthur
Are
says,
any of them wearing black wool
No.
right now? Okay.
None of them are wearing black wool.
Wouldn't be that easy, but, just in case.
I think we're good. This is a very quiet stream. Just keep the door closed.
Sorry, I had to mute you, Sarah. I don't know what's going on, but it seemed really intense. And yeah, I think for some reason it's so weird. Oh, there we go. Okay, you moved back and then I had to move you back again. It was so weird. I actually had to interpose things back and forth. Sorry, it's just the way the map was for some reason. I don't know what's going on here. There we go. Yeah, none of them are wearing black cloth, but Arthur sort of looks at you and says, "Is there something in there that could help you find there?"
Do you have any scrying stones? I was just trying to look around to see if there was something that I could borrow for the evening.
For what purpose, dear?
Not to scry, of course.
Scry? No. Atlantic scrying stone? No, Arthur, we have no scrying stones. But if you're interested in, I can see the look in your eye. You're intending to be a junior investigator. I see it.
Yes.
You know, I have something that you may find quite close to your nature. Then it's something I myself wore many times on many of my excursions. Isn't that right, Arthur? Oh, am I thinking what you're thinking, Atlantic? Oh yes, of course. It's my old and Atlantic points into the room. And there is in the corner of the room, sort of like on a like a molded head, like a head form, a deerstalker cap.
Okay.
Now, if you don't know what a deerstalker cap is, I will give you a handout, and you may.
I was hoping for a hat of disguise, honestly. So let's see what we got here.
It is certainly a hat. It looks like this.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not bad.
She eeped.
Yeah.
And he says, I no longer need it. Sorry, I'm getting my Arthur and my Atlantic mixed up. I no longer need it. And Arthur detested me in it. He thought I looked so droll. I particularly liked it. Besides the fact that it does have some magical qualities to it.
Louisa will put it on.
It fits like a glove, Louisa. And it's gorgeous. It, your hair sort of like fits underneath it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got these really great ear flaps. You've got a little thing on the top there where you can unbuckle the ear flaps and they come down for cold weather.
Nice. She'll put the headband over the top of it, so it looks like
perfect.
Little. It's like a duck bill and little cat ears. So she's going to confuse the hell out of anyone looking at her. She's super excited about this.
I love those.
And he says, all you have to do to make the magic of the hat appear is say the magic phrase.
Which is?
The game's afoot.
Elementary.
The game's afoot.
Yes. And as you say the game's afoot, the hat disappears, and in your hand there is a beautiful magnifying glass.
That's fun.
If you wish to be returned to the hat, you simply say, Elementary, my dear Arthur.
Elementary, my dear Arthur.
Your hat appears back on your head.
Yeah.
Boy, not being the stealthy one.
I'm not sure if that was Louisa or Megan that was cackling incessantly.
Both.
Nice.
Louisa's a little drunk, obviously.
Fair. Totally fair.
Yes, my friend asks a very pertinent question. What does the magnifying glass do? And she says, the game's afoot. And
the magnifying glass appears in your head. By all means, look at something with it.
She will turn to the nearest item in the closet.
Cool. You look at the magnifying, it just like appears enormous. And then he says,
hang on. No, sorry. Go ahead, Matt.
No, that's fine. He says, well, for mundane items, of course, you'll only see it bigger. But for items like, I don't know, this, and he points to a coat in the back of the room. He says, that you might find a little bit different. By all means.
She'll look at the coat.
And as you look at the coat, you see it glowing with magic. It's sort of glowing green. It says, it's got a permanent detect magic spell cast on it.
Permanent. At will?
Yes.
Nice. Oh, now I get what you were doing, Sarah. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. That was my bad. So... Cool. Okay. So, this is very useful. And what color is the coat that I'm looking at?
It's green. Glowing green.
Okay. Elementary, my dear Arthur.
Pops back into a hat.
Thank you. This is quite lovely.
From one detective to a budding detective. In the making. The pleasure was all mine.
Why, thank you. Yeah, I did it again. While adding it to my character sheet, what am I looking for?
Well, there's nothing on your character sheet, but you will see the hat in your items.
Oh, in my items. Okay, great.
Yep, so if you look in the items, you'll see Mist Hunter's magnificent cap.
Uh-huh.
So, and the great thing is that it's not, there's no needed attunement for it.
Can hear you, Sarah.
Yeah.
Oh, is she still muted? I think she might still be muted. Yes, she is because of the stuff. Sorry,
Ideals, and then like all your consumables. There's the big list of things that are highlighted in red if you're in dark mode.
Sorry, Sarah was muted for a while. Apologies.
If you go to the bottom and you click the plus,
Oh yeah, I can add it there.
you can add something in there if you just like want to make a note to yourself about what something does.
Yep.
Or I mean, for example, in other games, I bought a brush to brush my steed. And I threw it in there, and then the description is just like brushy, he like.
Yeah.
Like you can do that too. And then you can click on it and post it. But like, so if you need a reminder of what it does, that's a good place to stick it.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're
Because,
welcome.
yeah, I've just added Deerstalker Cat, Perm, Detect, and then I'll get the rest.
There you go. Perfect. There you go. Good to go.
Woo!
Who wants the spear?
Well, that's the thing. I went to go seek out Amnestria.
Okay. I think you probably find her waiting for the dinner bell, perhaps, to be rung. I don't even know.
So I will say that I found her to say, "Excuse me, changeable one, but I need to speak to you for a moment."
Yes?
I'll move you into the dining room. There you are.
Yeah, that's a good idea. What do you need?
I literally don't want to do this in front of anyone else.
Oh, okay.
So should not be in front of Mikmick and Arthur.
Mikmick. Well, Arthur's still in the hallway, along with Cave and everyone else. I would say.
Oh, he's out. Like Mikmick could see it fine, but Arthur's here, and I don't want him to be part of this.
Arthur's not there. Am I?
Who is this right here?
Am I not seeing something? This is so strange.
I don't.
Right now, I'm saying, okay, that's fine if he's not there for you guys. For me, right now, there's a token.
There
right
might be
there.
a weirdness. Go ahead and refresh. I'm going to go ahead and refresh myself as well. So sometimes Roll20 has these weird artifacts where like
It
tokens
does
move
weird
through the dynamic
shit.
lighting and then it stays there. But it's
Oh, he's not there anymore. Cool. So it's Mikmick can totally hear this. That's
okay.
fine.
Cool. Solid. Go for it.
So I am going to say, changeable one. I'm sorry, but I was having a conversation with Verdaga, and she gifted me with a weapon that I do not think it is within my capabilities to wield properly, but she did indicate that perhaps you might make use of it. And
A weapon?
of this. And I will hand her the spear.
So I'm also going to give you guys the handout of what this thing looks like. I couldn't find a very good version of it, but I guess I'll just show it to you. Yeah. There you go.
Oh, well, it's a weird ass handout.
I knew I knew it.
Plus
Say-
3?
It is a plus
Hell.
3 spear. It's a plus 3 spear. That's right, plus 3. I
I
don't.
just gave away a plus 3 spear, motherfucker.
Well, here's the thing. If it,
Yeah.
mechanically speaking, as Radaga stated,
No, it's fair. Like, Moynat doesn't need that. Her AP is...
if the
HP is
attack
way too
misses
low.
its target, you suffer necrotic damage equal to the damage that the attack would have normally dealt as the weapon feeds upon your life force.
And you gain 1 level of exhaustion.
And you gain 1 level of exhaustion.
That's brutal. Is there anyone?
And while Moynat's HP is reasonably high for a bard, that's still... Like, that was actually the main reason she gave it away, was that.
I think it's actually kind of badass.
Oh, for a blood hunter? Oh, God, here.
Oh, this thing's gonna murder the crap out of me, and I love it.
Oh, but like you're a blood hunter. All of your shit that makes your damage great hurts you. It's actually perfect for you. It is, even though, and like I kind of like to think that Moynat was a little bit hurt when Radaga said it wasn't for her, because let's face it, Moynat's a murderer. But when she heard about the bodily return, she was like, okay, maybe not slut. And
So
when Amnestria was mentioned, like, parts of Moynat that she didn't know existed picked up. And we're like, yes, she is one of us. Yes, she deserves to hold this. It doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt, because it does hurt a little bit to be given a weapon that's meant for another, but she also understands that those are the hands in which it's the best wielded.
Fair. Just want to let you know, JF Messin has been spouting for the last, 10 minutes that he is so very, very afraid. So very
Of who or
afraid
what?
of this thing. Just saying. Just out of game. Just between the 6 of us, JF Messin.
well, they'll have to tell me all about it later.
I'm sure he will.
JF Messer, we feel that.
Insider info! No fair! No, I'm kidding.
Amnestria will take the spear and just sort of back away and just gently twirl it around in her hands. And you said Radaga gave you this.
Radaga did give it to me, but I will say, use it wisely. And spend some time with it before you use it to slay a man.
Keep that in mind.
One should never give what they are not also willing to receive.
Deep.
Real. Arthur passes by sort of very briefly, running into the kitchen.
My
It's gonna be
spirit.
rather hot.
Time to play!
Exactly.
I
Well,
feel like this weapon's gonna be
Easy.
rather hard to hide.
and I'm gonna head upstairs to check on my quippers and maybe take a bath.
Okay.
Louisa sees her going upstairs and goes, "That's fine."
Oh, good!
My quippers. She it's like that scene from Avatar. It's like instead of my cabbages, it's my quippers.
My quippers. No, I mean, she's not like they're fucking quippers. They can take care of themselves. She's really just going up to say hi.
They can take care of themselves for the next 3 hours.
Yeah, and I'll be gone. I feel like part of the spell is that she knows that. So
That's
she's
true.
just enjoying them while they're there. But she's like, well, you're going to be gone in 24 hours. I'm not going to murder you now.
Quippers look at you like, we only have 3 hours to live.
I don't tell them
Poor
that.
babies.
Matt, would you be able to add this to my inventory?
Yes, if you add I'm gonna add a +3 spear to your inventory, and then every time you use it, just tell me.
I will do that.
Because then you have to remember that you take the damage if you fail.
That's right. If you miss,
I mean, I love necrotic damage, so
hey,
you know.
great, awesome. You're not immune
Does
to it.
the spear do necrotic though?
It does if you miss.
To me.
To her.
But it does what if it hits? Piercing or
Does
necrotic?
piercing. It does
Okay.
piercing damage.
Piercing if it hits, necrotic if on the bearer if it
Correct.
fails. Okay.
Right.
Well, then she is definitely the one to be holding.
You've
Are you
got
resistant
it
to
in.
necrotic?
She is not resistant to necrotic.
Okay.
She is not an Aasimar.
Oh,
But I think she might have the highest health of any of us. So.
I
yes, I-
probably do.
She does.
And she's got a pretty high to attack. I mean,
just-
don't get me wrong, I've got pretty high ass health for a bard because the dice have been nice to me, but
Mhm.
Spear can use strength or dex, can it?
I'm gonna have to check and see if a spear is in fact that kind of weapon. I think
I don't think spear is a finesse. I think it's a 1 or 2.
I think it is yeah. I think let's just check spear.
I'm asking because I don't have a lot of strength, and
A spear is a
That's a-
melee weapon, which is a simple weapon, which is a piercing weapon, and it's a ranged weapon, so you can use
So you
it
can throw
ranged.
it.
Right, so you use ranged, which is dexterity, and you can also it is versatile, so you can use strength for melee and ranged dexterity.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, but it's not finesse. So you can't use dex for melee,
Sorry,
but you
versatile
can use
is
dex for
two-handed.
ranged.
Versatile is one-handed or
Yeah.
two-handed. So yes, that's correct.
but the reason I was asking is, like, it's just as good as my rapier then, as far as it's plus to hit. So
Correct.
But if she uses it as ranged,
Correct.
if she throws it,
She
then
uses
it's a
dex.
weapon.
That's correct.
Then it's a dex weapon.
Yep. Like any other
So
thrown
thrown,
weapon.
is better, but then you have to go retrieve that shit.
how
That's right.
how would I calculate that though?
How would you calculate what?
If I throw it?
Well, you mean in the
You
character
just make
sheet?
it a dex throw.
Yes, on my character sheet.
So,
Set up a third version that is called Throne
hold on for one second.
and
Let me
set
just,
it to dex. Okay, sorry.
no, it's fine. It's fine. Let me just check here. Range 20, 60, attack strength. Yeah, I could just add a second attack. So instead of strength attack, when you just sort of stab at somebody, you can make a second attack with it, which is a thrown version of it.
Just label it as Throne. But you said it was also versatile, so it could be 1 or 2.
One-handed or two-handed, right?
And
So-
usually 2 has different different damage also. So usually there should be an entry for one-handed,
There
an
is.
entry for two-handed, an entry for Throne.
That is correct. There is an entry for
Yeah.
one-handed and two-handed. One-handed is 1d6 plus strength. Two-handed is 1d8. And then thrown, I can just add a second attack.
Throne is, I'm assuming, is the 1d6, but uses dex instead of.
Correct, exactly. Yeah.
But then you also have to go back and retrieve it from said body that you threw it at.
Exactly.
Oh,
Unless you have an artificer that knows returning weapon.
Mhm.
Ooh.
That'd be fun.
But she is not.
So, a few minutes after you guys are just discussing weapons and gear and all that shit, and then Cabe wanders in. Hey, everybody! Hope everybody's hungry. I heard Arthur's got a real good one coming in. Rudaga wanders in. And
Looking for you earlier, tiny small one.
Oh, I was with Alanic and Arthur. We were talking about what I have to do next.
Could I borrow you for a moment?
Sure. I'm just gonna wait, and Arthur's coming out in a few minutes.
I'm gonna pull him out into the main hall and see if I can just get him alone for a hot sec.
Yep. Cabe is in the hallway.
Yes. There you go. I'm sorry, tiny one. I don't mean to disturb you. It's just that I was looking for you when I found Radaga, and I was asking about how the Vistani travel through the mists, and she said it was just who you are.
Oh, yeah, she's right. It's our bloodline.
So there have never been any non-Vistani to travel through the mist.
Well, naturally, no. We have to. That's why we have these. And they hold out their necklace of charms.
But if you're doing that, then it's non-natural, yes?
Right. Part of our essence is put into these charms. That's why we use them for other people.
I'm going to pull out one of the ship charms, and I say, what about this?
They look at this charm and they're like, "Where'd you get that?"
It was gifted to me, but if I wanted to travel with it, would I need a Vistani, or can I just travel with the charm?
They're at a loss for words at this point in time, just staring at the charm. And they say, That's a charm to Lamortia.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I mean, empirically speaking, if you wanted to go to Lamortia, you just take the charm.
So sorry, not to mean any offense, because I think that you and your talents are invaluable. But all I actually need to get to Lamortia is the charm.
Well, yeah.
Interesting. What if I only needed to get back? Would I just need a charm and nothing else?
Back to here?
Yes.
Well, you need the charm to here.
Which I have.
That's right.
Interesting. Thank you, Kate. You've been most helpful.
But where did you get that?
Like I said, it was a gift.
From a Vistani?
I'm not sure who it came from. It was simply a gift. People throw lots of things into my bowl. Someone threw this, and I was simply curious.
Cabe looks like distraught. Like you've never seen them like this before.
Why look so troubled, small one?
Cabe immediately, when you say that, just sort of reflexively oh, I'm fine. It's fine. I'm hungry. And they move into...
As they move away, I
dining
said, you do know you can speak to me. This is not my home.
Right. No problem. And then they move around Alanik and over behind the table and sit down.
And I will move my way in, and I will sit across the table, not be weird.
Of course not. Mikmick, what are you up to?
Mikmick just wants to do one thing before Alanik has the annual meeting of the mines in the
Daily stand up.
yeah. His daily stand up. He'll find Radaga
Okay.
wherever she would be at that time.
She's at the dinner table right now.
Yeah. And he'll just go over to her and kind of nervously just say, Radaga, this may seem like a odd request, but would you mind terribly if I held your hand for like about a minute or so?
Held my hand?
Yeah.
Are you feeling okay?
Yes and no.
She pushes her hand next to yours and says, You may touch my hand as long as you'd like, Mikmick.
And Mikmick will clasp her hand between his two hands, and he'll cast Identify.
Cool.
Not as a ritual, actual cast.
Absolutely. So,
On Radaga.
yeah, so with the purpose of...
See if any spells are currently affecting her.
Okay. So...
Which, as apparently what Identify can do, is
Indeed.
detect to see if any spells are on a person.
That is correct. All right. So, as you do so, she sort of jolts up, almost like a jolt of electricity has sort of gone through her. And she says, What the... And as you do that, Cabe looks over at you and says, What are you doing? And you have in your mind, I'm going to say you're here for right now. You have in your mind a vision. I think identify as a spell is much cooler. Instead of just sort of delivering information to you, it sort of delivers visions to you.
Yeah.
So the way it works is with regards to information for things or people. In this case, spells affecting a certain person. And so what you indeed do see is Radaga, who is under the thrall of a spell that she herself has cast upon herself, and is currently still under the sway of that spell. And it is a spell called Mind Blank.
Okay.
That's the spell that you see.
Mind blank.
And she's like, what do you... And she sort of reflexively pulls her hand away from you. Mikmick, I thought we were friends.
We are, but I noticed that you seem to be a little bit hard of remembering. I just wanted to know if that was amnesia or something else.
Mikmick, if it was something... I'm sure that Alanik and Arthur will help me with it. Whatever it is.
That's my hope, but that's why I was just looking so they have an idea of what methods can be used to help you.
I'm going to comment upon what has just been stated in chat.
That's fair.
Which is that Mind Blank technically does not erase memories. I'm going to comment it in this way. In Ravenloft, you guys have noted that many spells that you have cast have had different effects. That upon casting, say, Mage Hand, instead of having a Mage Hand, you have a skeletal, awful, sort of cruel-looking visage come out. Chill Touch. Things that have had different effects. Find Greater Steed, instead of a unicorn or a pegasus, it's a skeletal, awful creation of necrotic flesh. Spells have a very keen way in Ravenloft of being very cruel in the way that they are often utilized.
Interesting.
And, I mean, I'm not sure if
It's
this
usually
is...
just meant to keep anyone from reading your thought, but
How about...
maybe in Ravenloft that includes yourself? I don't know.
I mean, I could say, I'm not sure if this is the direction Matt is going with this, but Radaga probably did that mind blank around an amber sarcophagus, and the first house we went in, where the bells were a little bit tipsy, were around as amber sarcophagus, so maybe it's the reason why.
You can ruminate as much as you would like, either in or out of character.
Maybe she just learned too much and tried to stop herself from knowing.
I love all this stuff. All this stuff is coming out of the woodwork. You guys can talk about it as much as you want on Discord.
We will.
I'm sure you will. I can just see the lines and lines of text on the Discord. It's going to be amazing.
Oh, jeez. I have to keep watch on that.
So
I'm so bad at keeping up with the Discord.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine, Sarah. No worries. You get the digest version. So I think at this time, Radaga sort of like shies away from you a bit, Mikmick. You have desecrated her trust a bit, perhaps. And
Did I ask? That's why I asked.
Totally fair. She just, Alanik sort of peers at you a little bit, Mikmick, and says, "Interesting. Well, who's hungry?"
You could say that about yourself, Alanik.
Me.
Always. And Arthur, we're ready. And the door opens, and Arthur walks in, as he loves to do, with an enormous sort of variety of foodstuffs and places them on the table. Says, now these are wonderful. You must try them. Got them from a vessel just the other day. And he places them on the table and opens up this, beautiful sort of tin. And there are a number of lobsters that are sort of presented in a sort of almost present, almost like they're dancing, like they're up and they have their claws up like this.
What have you done to them?
And then one of them moves, and Moynat just immediately reaches out and grabs.
No, if they're bright red, then
they're
she's
super
like,
bright
what
red.
What have you done to them?
Oh, they're delicious. Try them with butter. And he pushes like a tin of melted butter across the table. Cabe reaches across and sort of grabs a lobster. I have never had lobster before.
Have to ask because I grew up here. I know what the supply chains are like. Where on earth do you find these items?
Oh, they come in on all kinds of ships, and there was one just the other day while you were away, and I couldn't resist. Fishmonger and all that.
Can I insight check Arthur?
Go for it.
You've ruined them.
Oh.
With
Aw, man.
With a 12?
Yeah.
I mean, he seems like he's on the up and up. He might have gotten it from a fishmonger. You're not quite sure.
Okay.
Atlantic looks over at you, Moynat, and says, I'm sorry, is there a problem?
No, I'm sorry, no problem.
I know some of you are vegetarians, and so we have a vegetarian option, of course, as Arthur likes to keep the food a coming.
Prefer my seafood a little bit fresher.
She likes it raw.
Oh, well, we have some oysters, of course. Raw oysters, right? Am I correct, Arthur? Arthur's like, yes. We have some in the freeze box.
That would be more suitable, thank you.
Of course. And he runs out, grabs a tray, and plops oysters on, and says, all for you, perhaps. Why not? Everybody starts digging in.
Thank you.
Yeah, Louisa will say, well, if she's not going to, and take hers. Take one out.
By all means, I can't. I don't understand it.
Amnestria, what are you going for?
Oh, I left the room a while back.
Oh, you left the room. I didn't even notice. Oh,
Yeah.
Damn, my bad.
Well, she had went upstairs to put the spear away.
Smart.
Yeah. So it's tucked under her bed, wrapped in her cloak.
Cool.
And yeah, and she'll be coming back down, see what they have.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's digging into oysters and lobster and vegetables and wine.
She'll have a little wine.
Cool. Anyone else eating, drinking? Mikmick?
Oh, Louisa's definitely drinking.
I think Mikmick.
Moyar is having
Well-
oysters and vegetables.
I think Mikmick would eat, but I'm thinking he would only basically have maybe half a lobster because he hasn't been eating for so long. He's already full,
Of course. Makes sense. Small
and he
stuff.
doesn't want to. Yes,
All right.
but he'll say up to Atlantic. Well, after he's pushed the plate away to signify that he's done. Atlantic, Moina got this letter the other day, and it's something to do with me, but it means we wouldn't be doing that Barovia job. Is there a time limit that you would
want us to do that Barovia job in, or can
I'm
we?
sorry, I'm at a loss for words. Did you just say that you were not going to go to Barovia?
I think that answers your question, small one. Tiny one. Sorry.
Yeah. That's what I was asking. I know the Barovia job is on the roster most recently, but something has come up that requires my attention. And
I'm gonna send
I would
Mikmick a message and say we can go to Lamordia without him if we go to Barovia first.
And he'll reply to Muadnhait. I'll keep that in mind. I just want to know what he knows, what his idea is, what
And then
is more
Moina
important.
will just nod at him. Like, yeah, I get it.
And he'll continue with, I just wanted to know how important is the Barovia job, or do we have time left over?
I must say, Mikmick, I thought you were perhaps a little bit more observant. Time is always of the essence. I thought I had mentioned this to you 2 days ago, that the investigators for the Order of the Guardians have not reported back from Barovia. What has occurred to them is of the utmost importance. Am I not right, Radaga? Radaga's like, yes, of course. So, it is up to you, my friend. As I told Amnestria, and he points to Amnestria, you are free to leave whenever you wish.
I just don't like leaving jobs undone.
I don't
but
understand what is this job. I did not offer you a secondary job.
You didn't know that somebody from my past has gotten into contact with me, and they are in urgent need.
Steeples
of
his
assistance.
fingers like under his chin and he says, "Allow me to ruminate. Based on the evidence at hand, it is one Baron Rudolf von Auerbrecher is the aforementioned voice from your past. Am I correct?
How did you know?
Oh, elementary, my dear Mikmick. The aforementioned note that you
To
mentioned
hold
before.
onto her hat.
Yep.
Before hearing that.
I was like, why not pretend she's heard nothing and continues eating her oysters and vegetables?
She's like, oh wait, no, it's not. It's the wrong word. Continue.
Yeah. Oh, no, my hat. I just love that Miss Deadeye thinks that every time I say von Auerbrecher, you'll hear. Auerbrecher. Awesome, amazing. Yeah, he says the note that Moynot brought to.
I never told him about the note.
No.
I only asked him about the name.
You asked me about the name. He mentioned the note. You mentioned the country of Lamordia.
Right.
I put the ephemeral pieces together. Therefore, I must ask you, is this voice from the past, as you like to call him, is he of near to or equal importance as what we have in terms of our plans to save this world?
Nestria's
I
just
cast
gonna-
oh, sorry.
Nestria's just been sitting there drinking wine the entire time, just listening. She's gonna lower her drink and put it on the table.
I cast a message to Mikmick and I say, we can get to Lamordia without him We do his job and then we do yours before we come back.
Louisa raises her hand
Oh,
and says, I'm sorry, save the world from what? Was that the wrong question?
no,
to
no, not a wrong question, just a question. There are no wrong questions.
You're just insulted by all questions.
No, I'm not insulted at all. I'm just trying to figure a way of communicating the answer. The entities, as we have so determined them, from within these amber sarcophagi, which seem to be prevalent in many of the lands here within the domains, they seem to be in league somehow with each other. These, as Radaga researched, these vestiges of dead gods, that although imprisoned within these amber coffins, these amber boxes, if their strength were to grow, they would break their confines. And who knows what could happen next? We must know more. We cannot assume. We must understand.
So it's not as if you've foreseen, I don't know, meteors hitting the world and destroying everything, or a plague taking us all out. It's just the mere idea that these evil gods could join forces and the potential of what they could bring about.
I must make you aware of something, Louisa, and that is this. I cannot live with indecision based on negative information. The lack of information is what stifles my very being. If I were to not understand because of information that was not determined by myself or by others, and indecision then leads to inaction, well, then that would grieve me to the heart.
Of course.
Are you not having us take action for you, though?
There are others besides myself and you who are taking a number of actions in other places. These members who have gone before you in Barovia were one of them. And now they have gone missing.
And how is it that we know that whatever this barren person needs isn't involved in some way?
We don't. I have no idea. And that is for you and I to work together to determine.
Well, if something's happened to them, I can't imagine they're going anywhere.
It is an unknown quantity at this point. I feel that there is some gulf of trust that perhaps we have not yet breached. And I am dreadfully sorry as for that. I feel that perhaps my remuneration was not enough.
It is not a matter of money. It is a matter of not understanding. For myself, perhaps. Not my compatriots, but... Do not misunderstand, I've been happy to help you because you helped me, but... In the end, I have but one singular goal, and it is to find whoever did this to me and end them. And I am beginning to doubt your ability to help me in this matter.
If there are indeed things that I and Arthur and Cabe can do to aid you in your separate details, I will do so. You may have my word at that.
Use your time when I am doing your bidding to find the reason for my current position.
I may have ways of doing that.
May have.
I must understand more, Muadnhait. It is better than I do not.
What do you need to understand?
I need to understand your nature, in order to understand what you have become.
What do you need? Tell me.
I need something physical from you.
Like this, and I'll rip a tooth out of my mouth.
And everyone fucking freaks! Except for the ones who probably have seen this before. Like Cabe and Arthur like drops his silverware. Cabe's like in mid bite, and it's just yeah, X card.
Mikmick probably just raises an eyebrow. So.
Oh, no.
Sorry, Megan.
Man, I'm out of alcohol, y'all. Not expect dentistry. I came prepared for vampires. Ha!
Well, that's the opposite.
Sorry.
The opposite of vampires is.
This is water.
Sorry.
It's cool. It's cool. It's fine. We'll get Sarah back with a mushroom-based bad guy.
They will. He will. He knows. Matt knows what my things are.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. He sort of like looks at the thing. He looks at the tooth as you hand it, I assume, to him, and he says, I believe this will do nicely. And he takes it and puts it into his side pocket.
Moina looks at him and says, "You have 24 hours, and then it'll be useless."
I'll do what I can in that time. But to the task at hand, perhaps? And then a fond farewell, as I must work. As I stated, I dispatched a trio of the Order of the Guardian's investigators to Barovia. And it's been far too long, with no word at all. I ask... No. I implore the four of you to venture there yourselves and see if you're able to find them and ensure that they are either keeping to task or find out what information that they have gleaned in that dreadful place and come back with it. If they're not alive or able to relate the information to you, you are to continue on to a place within Barovia which may hold the answers to many of the questions that we seek. It is a place in which even the lord of that land may find inhospitable. And Alanik sort of stares at the table for a sec. Yes. Yes, very inhospitable indeed. And then refocuses on the five of you, including Cabe, and says, Cabe will get you as far as a small village within Barovia, a village called Krezg. But if need be, he puts his hands on the table, your final destination is the Amber Temple. And that's where we're going to stop for tonight.
Interesting, because there's something that might not need to do before that long rest happens, but we can do it next session.
Better believe it.
Also, Mikmick will, just before we head out, Mikmick will ask, okay, so we're going to do that Barovia job first, but just to be kind, would you be able to send a reply letter to this Baron?
Are you looking at Alanik?
Well, he's probably looking between Atlantic and Cabe, knowing Cabe can get around easily, and Atlantic is basically the boss. So basically looking towards Atlantic to say, can you send the message? And looking to Cabe being like, can you be the one to send the message?
So, I think we can take a look at that next time.
There you
See what happens. See if they want to. See if they can.
go.
All right. So, with that said, it's late, my friends. Or I should say early.
Yes, my loves.
And some of us have had a little bit to drink, including myself. But that's fine.
What are you talking
I
about?
don't know what to talk about. It's fine. This wasn't full of anything but like juice and gin. Hey, we're here. It's Friday. It's actually Saturday, and it's time to say goodnight. So I hope that you guys have all had a lot of fun because this was another lore-ceptional, lore-ceptional, RP-ceptional session. As you guys verge into what I will assume to be on the next day, you're going to Barovia, baby. So,
Oh yeah, looks like it.
cool beans. So let's just go around the horn. Let's start with Sarah because she's over here. Sarah, where can people find you on the internet?
Hi, I'm Sarah. You can find me on the internet at Lovely Llama on Twitter and Instagram and on Reddit with 2 L's in lovely because someone stole my name. That bastard. And that's what I got for you because it's been a long fucking day.
Thank you, sir. Moving on down to Red.
Hello, I'm Red. You can find me around the internet, mostly on the gaming applications like your Steam, your Origin, your GOG. Mostly at Red Platinum or Lico Striver, but I hardly talk to anybody, so you'll most likely be able to talk to me on our Discord. Link.
Oh, that's right. I gotta hit that. Thank you. Exclamation point Discord. Bam. Gin and ginger ale. Is that good? That sounds
don't
good.
know.
That sounds good.
I'm allergic to ginger, so I can't
That sounds
have it.
weird.
That's the irony, everyone.
That sounds good. Gin and ginger ale? That sounds really good.
The
Alright.
ginger, you can't have ginger. Aww.
That sucks. No ginger?
Can't have coffee either, but
A ginger without ginger. That's so weird.
yep.
All right. Speaking of ginger, hi Maeve. What's happening?
Hi.
Where can
Oh,
people find you on
hi.
the internet?
Well, you can find me at Maeve Climber on Twitter. I do art. For us and for me, mostly for me. But I would be doing more art if my laptop allowed me to do that right now. You can also find me on our Discord, and also on Waits of Fates. I'll be there tomorrow. We'll be playing Findelver, and it's gonna be so much fun. More wild magic fuckery, and that's all I have.
The wild magic
Nice.
fuckery is real.
Wild Magic Fuckery is the best.
Or the worst. Could lose
Oh, it's
all of
always
your
the best.
Turn yourself into a potted plant and then tell me. All right.
I turned blue. I never got turned into
know.
a potted plant,
Do
and
you
I was
know-
really sad.
It's number 42. 42 turns into a potted
No,
plant.
I know because I really just wanted to say, "Oh no, not again." Like,
Oh no.
I wanted it
not
to
again.
happen again, but no.
And then
But
finally,
I did get turned. People were like, sorry,
It's all
I'm
right.
totally
That's fine,
co-opting Megan's sign out, but when everyone was flipping their shit about the tiefling in the new movie, and like, she looks like a human, tieflings have to be this color, and I'm like, I was blue for a long time
you were.
because of wild magic. So,
I agree.
yes.
Fuck that. Wild magic is the best.
Yes.
Megan, that
Megan.
one right over here. Megan,
That's me.
Talk
you
to
can
us.
find me at Megan Linapp on Instagram or in our Discord or next Thursday, I believe, with Maeve and Matt when we do Magi Nights. Woohoo!
Nice.
Best
wait.
in 3, y'all.
amazing.
Gonna be fun.
Uh,
Also, Maeve, I might need some new art with my new hat with the
It's your
cat
stalker hat and the
Yeah.
goggles.
and the goggles on top. So, when
Well-
you get your laptop back.
I actually would love to do like character portraits for all of us. We'll see.
Who says you can?
I need
Yeah.
I need this. This doesn't work until this works.
Fair.
Fair.
We get
So
it.
100%.
unfortunately,
Hey everybody, I'm Matt. I'm the guy who helps to put shit together sometimes here on Slices Dices, and we're just kicking it. We're kicking it until we can't kick it no more. You can catch us here on Slices and Dices every Thursday and Friday. I think it's more Thursdays and Fridays now than ever, which is like crazy. Like I think I've sort of gone over it used to be like Fridays only, and now it's like Thursdays and Fridays. It's cool. We can do it.
Well, let's see.
Matt, you just can't constrain your inner nerd. It's
fine.
cool.
I'm keeping it at Thursdays and Fridays. I'm not going to go Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays.
Right.
Good.
There you go.
Because then my life will be like, what are you doing? What are you doing for a
You
living?
do have a wife and kids, and we all understand.
I do.
Life balance.
So what's next Friday then?
Okay, let's talk about very quickly what we're doing on the roster. You can see, of course, on our schedule as well as the events on our Discord. So we've got Magi Nights on Thursday.
Woo!
We've got Savage Rifts next Thursday, the 18th. That's what I've got in our schedule. Nothing next Friday because that's our bye week for Ravenloft. So we might.
And Matt's like doing some life shit.
Yeah.
So like we're letting Matt do some life shit.
That's very much appreciated. And Burn Bright I think is going to come back relatively soon after that because
we got like one session left of Burn Bright to finish that.
One session of Burn Bright. Got a lot of other stuff that's sort of in the oven, not ready to come out.
Yo, if you want to play,
damn straight,
Morkborg or Murray Burry, which is apparently the bastardization of the correct pronunciation. Jasper, please come tell me what I'm screwing up. I've told you can correct my pronunciation. But if you want to play a one-shot of Morkborg, or if you want to play a longer shot of Vaesen, hit me up on our Discord, send me a DM, let me know.
I think,
want new players, want people to come play and have fun.
Nice.
I think there was 2 people in our Discord that were somewhat interested. I think it was like Miss Deadeye.
Well, then tell them to DM my ass.
Whoa.
I need to know. Tell me. I am the one who needs answers.
DM her ass, please. Okay.
DM my ass, not the rest of me, only my ass.
Oh, yes. Get that D in her ass.
No.
I could see where that was going.
It's a show stream.
Oh, it happened. It happened. No, it's fine.
Hey. Okay.
Do the ass.
Do the ass. I'm done for tonight. My jokes are done. I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. As we always say, on Slices and Dices, remember, take care of each other, but don't forget to take care of yourselves. We love you. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll see you soon.